We'll verify quorum. President Haskey. Secretary Wells.
Present.
Board Member So.
I am present.
Board Member Montoya. And Vice President, I am here, so that's three to make a quorum. How many? Four. Excuse me, my new math.
Yep, I'm here. Good to be here.
Okay, four, we have a quorum. So we'll go to item B. Mr. Carlson, can you give us the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. Everybody please rise, put your hands over your heart. I'll start us out. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, prayer. Oh, there's the gentleman. Mr. Manning, can you give us a prayer?
Could you use a microphone?
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Manning. Now, the board reviewed the agenda. There's a request to move a presentation. And that's, what item is that?
The audit report, which is toward the end on the second page. It is GI, audit presentation by Carol Gonzalez, which will be done by the Manning, and that would move to that first, to A.
Okay. So item I will go first. And item I is the audit presentation by Carol Gonzalez.
We're not ready.
So item E, requesting to move item I to the start of the agenda, A, before A. Can I get a motion?
Mr. It's Matt Tito. I will make a motion to approve the agenda with that change that was listed regarding the audit report.
There's a motion and a second.
I second it.
Ooh, that was tight.
Who was first?
Can we have a replay?
Okay, the modification is made. Okay, we're going on to item 2, and that's comments. Oh,
Madam Chair, I think you have to take a quick vote.
yes, I'm sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
This is Matt Tito. I vote yes.
Yes.
And I vote aye, yes, too. So 4. Okay, so going on to item 2, 2A, which is comments. And we have one by Dwayne Manus. So, could you hold on a minute while do we have our board attorney on? Ms. Chappelle?
I apologize, I'm driving and I was trying to find the mute button. My apologies.
Okay, I have a question about the comment. And we have the letter here. It does state a position on there, an admin position. Is that allowable, or it doesn't have no names?
Does it sound like a personnel type issue or is it more informational?
I believe it's informational.
Then that's allowable.
Okay, so we'll go ahead with the comment.
You want his first or you want his first or the one that's online or the one that's streaming?
Please.
And then I'll listen.
Do you have a comment?
Yeah, that's the one that I read you before. That wasn't Mr. Mills, that was a different one.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, honored board members of CCSC, cabinet members. Zaten aşın işnado, aşın taşısın, sırlan. From the community of Tripoli, and what concerns me in this is the decision of having Shiprock High School go back to a 7-day period schedule next year. I'm not here to advocate one way for the 7-period day or for a modified law. I just want to point out that the decision puts Shiprock High School in a no-win situation. When the staff found out that we were going to be moving to the 7-day, they felt like they weren't heard. So there was a lot of talk on some of our staff members leaving by the end of the year. Right now, Shiprock High School, from what I understand, has all their teaching positions filled with a certified teacher. There's no long-term subs. With this decision, it puts that at risk, and we look at another 2 to 3 years of long-term subs. If we were to move back to a modified block, then my fear is that we're going to have retaliation or we become whipping boy of the admin, essentially, being scrutinized and destined. And I really want to point out that it's the decision that has been made was made without SHS admin staff, without the staff, without students, and very little of the community members. So a decision was made about Shiprock High.
Is your mic on? Is it green light?
It's off and on.
The audience can hear you.
So the decision that was made was not made from community members of Shiprock and did not come from Shiprock High. Right now, as we all hear from the news, there's a nationwide shortage of teachers, and it is my belief that this really puts that at risk. Thank you.
So we'll go ahead with the second comment.
There's a comment that was done online that was presented to me by Sharon, and the comment goes as follows. It was from Melissa Nelson. Good evening, parent here, wanting the board attention on concerns for Shiprock High School change in block schedule to 7-period schedule taking effect for next school year. At the last meeting attended, the administration, we as the community, parent, and students felt that our concerns were not addressed properly as the decision was already made. We had many questions and a lot of complaints, but the assistant superintendent seemed to be adamant their decision as cabinet was made. Nothing was transparent about this change. I'm a parent and also a district employee and felt that others in the same boat were overlooked for our kids' possible changes in schedules. What happened to our voices, our student voices, and our teachers? Again, from a parent and staff member.
Okay, if Mr. Manus doesn't mind, do you mind redoing your comment? Because a lot of people didn't hear. They said you were muffled. I'm sorry. And even the president didn't hear, so.
Okay. Once again, yata ashin nashlado ashin bashishin ziglani doshite chat touchit ni doshana the way managed nashla tsarakan donation. I'm here to address the decision that was made to move from a 7-period day to next year from a block or a modified block. And I wanted to point out that this decision puts SHS or Shiprock High School in a no-win situation. One, because Shiprock High School is one of the few schools in the nation that can say that they have their teaching positions fully staffed by certified teachers. And this decision, when we found out about it by his staff, put a bad taste in the staff's mouth, and a lot of them wanted to leave or wants to leave because they felt like they weren't heard. So if we were to move with this decision and teachers do leave, we're looking at long-term subs from a year to 3 years for many positions that are now filled. I also want to point out that the decision that was made was not made from the community by the community of Shiprock. The SHS staff administrators, from what I understand, were not a part of this decision. The staff, we were told, and we didn't have a voice in that. The students didn't have a voice in that, and and very little parents from the community of Shiprock were not informed on this. So the decision that was made by, the decision that was made by people outside of the community of Shiprock, not from the high school, and definitely not part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manus. To our audience out there, this item is on our agenda, which is item D. And so if you would like to hear more of the discussions, continue staying with us. So, okay, we will now go to board member report. 3A, board member report. And we'll start off with board member Montoya.
Thank you. I'd like to report on the conference that I attended, the Equity Conference in Washington, D.C. And that was really full of a lot of information in respects to schools today and how a lot of school districts around the country are moving towards equity and really servicing students across this country equitably. And that was one of the general sessions where I spoke up and asked the question about Native American languages and if they are served equitably. And the individual who was talking had said, because I had asked, how do you do that? How do you serve both languages? And her response was, you serve the Native American language first, which I truly appreciated, because that gets lost sometimes in a lot of these school districts, especially across the country when you look at some of the ones that are closer to us and they're not attended to in respecting the language and culture of the Native American tribes throughout. So that was one of the areas, and was able to hear Temple Grandin. If any of you have not heard of her, it's a lady, she achieved her doctorate, autistic, very impressive individual in what she developed and designed and is used still today in this country, and just some outstanding people that I was able to listen to. And also, again, attending the New Mexico School Board Association conference down at the legislative session, which was also full of a lot of information. At this time, that's it. Thank you.
Board member So.
Yeah, I just want to, I'm going to keep my report really short and sweet. But as a newly returning board member, I was able to attend a couple sessions regarding the New Mexico School Conference down in Santa Fe. I was also able to attend and participate in a couple sessions. And I recall that we had a couple bills that were followed, such as House Bill 134, 135, and House Bill 39, which for some of the reason they all did not pass, which would have definitely benefit our community and some of the different areas that we were served by CCSD. For that, in that sense, that's pretty much all I got to report at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, board member Wells or Secretary Wells.
I don't have anything.
President Haskey.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm on the road on my way to Kirtland, so apologize for not being there. But my report is also I attended the New Mexico School Board Association. Like board members so had stated that we were following some bills. We had the opportunity to speak to some of the representatives and senators regarding these bills that would have really benefited our students, our Native American students within our school district and our feeder schools too. Unfortunately, they were not passed. They were tabled. And so, again, like in the previous meeting, I would urge our community to really look at our representatives, the people that we elect to those offices, and see what their voting record is and how they're representing our community. Because I was very disappointed in how our representatives from our area, how they voted. So again, that would be the community as a whole, stakeholders. I would really urge everybody to really look at their candidates when they're voting, because education for a lot of people is not a priority. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, my report is just to give you a little insight on the activity down in Santa Fe. Yes, there was those House bills that Board Member So did talk about, and a lot of them didn't pass. They didn't go through, and I want one in particular had to do with trust fund money, and it came up. It's been a 2-year a 2-year initiative by Lente and Regis, and so and then there was talks about, you know, that Pueblo count was smaller compared to Navajo, and which we wouldn't get hardly any funding, and they were looking at perhaps Navajo would get like $10. So there was a lot of, I don't know how all of that was going to be calculated or how it was going to end up, but there was pros and cons, but at the end there, after many amendments, and it seemed to be in Navajo Nation's favor, but again, it didn't pass. So those are some of, you know, just to give you some insight on some of the things that we do see up there, and I have to agree with President Haskell. You know, we go up there every year, and it seems like we get the same old talk from the same chair, Senate chair, and House chair, education committees, and when, you know, for me, I was thinking about how a lot of our families are displaced. A lot of them are separated, and especially with the closures of P&M and Westmoreland. And so everything that we had said could happen, and it's come to fruition now. It's reality, and then to hear them talk about, you know, all this other funding and the lack of, and how their budget is going, things like that. It just really upset me, because I thought about our homelessness rate that had gone up quite considerably, and so you know, it's not just a lot of you know, getting out of town and things like that. I mean, there's things that we do stand up and question and talk about and discuss, and even and ask. You know, we ask those questions, those hard questions, and so and I realized there was another one that really didn't get our attention, but it was on HB2, and kind of wanted to talk more with our board attorney on that to see, and it had to do with educational funding, meaning the teacher. And I'm sure that has wages attached to that, so I didn't hear a whole lot. But I'm just wondering how that went about. And then recently, or I don't, about a week ago, I think, we had a memorial done for Clifton Yazzie, and really want to say thank you to Dr. Benedict for coordinating and facilitating all of that, because it really turned out outstanding, and I think the family was quite content, and you know, it's such a hard loss, and even though it's been years, I think it still had a lot of emotions to you know, to that loss, and so, but Dr. Benedict really followed through, and I really want to say thank you for making our district shine. Thank you.
I'll keep it short. For this report, I've actually had a little bit of my thunder stolen from all the boards because it was a conference that they were in, and also had quite a few things I would like to say about legislation that was passed, and some that was not, and they mentioned both of those. So I'm going to kind of talk about those just and fill in a little bit more. But we also have our board lawyer is going to give a presentation shortly, well, in a little while, that outlines a little bit more of the legislative session as well. So I won't get into things too deeply there, because I'm assuming hers is probably a little bit more encompassing an overall report. During the legislative session, President Aspis mentioned House Bill 2. I don't know why I'm cutting in and out there, Jared. It says green. Green light. I'll keep trying. With the House Bill 2, there is an 8% overall increase, which is great. Again, we're funding education the levels we need to. There was also a 5.1% increase to the state equalization guarantee, which funds 90% of our operational money. It's based on the dollar amount per student. Although this is an $88 million increase over the LFC recommendation, it's $372 million less than the agency request. So there's mostly wins. But along with that, there is I believe a 3% salary increase, and I kind of want to talk about that right now. I want everybody to understand that we're in a spot in the state of New Mexico. I know that these board members heard the same things that I was hearing, that our state we are not a poor state right now in terms of funding programs, in terms of funding education. We're paying our teachers and our administrators and our staff members better than the surrounding states are paying them. And that's because of about the last 5-6 years, we've had increases, maybe 4 or 5 years. The 3%, 7% was in there somewhere, 5 or 6%, and a 3% this year. With all those percentage increases, now we're in a territory that puts us kind of head and shoulders above our neighboring states. So I want to thank the legislators for making education a priority. Also thank the oil and gas industry, because that's where the money's coming from. But I also want to kind of give everybody just a real quick heads up. That money's going to run out eventually, and our state is not doing the things they need to do to make sure education is funded for the future and to make sure there's rainy day funds, because we're funding from year to year. A good example of that is what Vice President Aspis referred to with that House Bill 174. Several people mentioned it as well. That's a bill that didn't, oh, I'm sorry, 134. That's a bill that did not pass, but would have created a Indian Education Trust Fund, which would have been at least $50 million, if not more. But again, that never made it to the Senate floor, so that bill did not, the dollars didn't come to fruition. That's not going to happen. That would have been a good move and something that would have helped our kids for a long period of time. But again, what I wanted to make a point about that money is I was in the district the years that Mr. Manning, matter of fact, was the finance director, and he remembers those years really well. Our state was giving $1 raises for I don't even know how many years in a row. At least 5 years in a row. It may have been closer to 10. And so that's not what's been happening recently. So I want everybody to realize at some point we're going to go back to something similar to that. Hopefully it's not that difficult, but something similar. So we need to make decisions as a district based on that fact and the fact that the money is eventually going to run out. So sometimes we have to make hard decisions. I'm going to take responsibility for making those decisions, and I'll take the blame and the credit as those decisions come about. One of those is what we've already talked about tonight, and we're going to talk about a little bit more later. Anyway, there's one other bill that passed I want to mention just real quick, and that's the graduation requirements. They don't come into effect next year in the 24-25 school year, but the freshmen in 25-26 will continue to have 24 credits to graduate. They'll need to have that. But there's some changes that involve some CTE education, and some of the requirements are a little bit different. Some are going to think that they're less. For instance, there's no longer going to be a requirement that all students have Algebra 2. Some folks think that we're going to dumb things down by not requiring that. Others realize that we can have substitute classes that might benefit our students better, like financial literacy classes. But those changes don't take effect until the 25-26 school year with those freshmen. And that's about all I have for the legislative session. Again, thanks for listening, and we'll talk more about some of that in a while.
Thank you. So we'll go on to reports. Number 4, reports, and we'll have item I, and that's an audit presentation by Manning.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent, and other attendees. We're happy to be here to finish the audit process. Quite a few months ahead of when we did last year, so congratulations to the district on that. As Chris and I do the presentation tonight, remind you that if you have any questions at any point, feel free to stop us and ask us. We're just going to hit a brief summary of the financial statement side, and then the side everybody really cares about. I pass it on to Chris because he's the one we blame for all the findings. So since we make him write them, he gets to come present them as well. Doesn't matter whether we put them down for him to write them, he gets the blame. So, of course, for a financial statement audit, the overall primary goal is the opinion that's at the front of your financial statements, the independent auditor's report that is on pages 4 through 6. Now, what you're shooting for is an unmodified opinion, which is the best opinion possible, and that is what the district received. So in that audit report, it is a little more, explains a little better than it did before, starts with the opinion so you know what the opinion is to begin with, runs through responsibilities of management, responsibilities of the auditor, and then some other items that are required by the AICPA and by federal standards for governmental audits. But the overall important thing is that you do have an unmodified opinion during the year. On page 7, you have your statement of net position, which is basically thinking about it from a business point of view. That's your overall balance sheet of the district and your component unit, which is Dream Today. This presents all your assets, your buildings, your debt, your cash, all the various things. Down the second to last line item is where you'll see what the net position is of the district, which is about $66.6 million. That is better than most districts. Many districts actually have negative net positions now because of the state making individual entities put their ERB and RHC, the pension and the OPEB liabilities on the books. Because, and Central Consolidated shows a net liability of almost $183 million for pensions and OPEB. And that's just for the employees that are employed at Central Schools. That's what the deficit balance at the state is just for the employees here. And so if you think about that in total, that's huge for the state when you figure what does APS's look like on theirs. But it's a paper item. It means nothing for the district because nobody's going to show up and knock on the district doors and say, hey, can I have my pension payment? And I'm glad that, because in September of this year, I actually get to start drawing one of those, and I kind of like that idea. So on page 8, you have your statement of activities, which is a weird-looking income statement, in essence. So it doesn't look anything like a business income statement would look, but it's a requirement from the governmental accounting side how that happens. Down towards the 3/4 of the way down, you have a description called change in net position, which was the change for the year. It actually went up about $28 million. Now, two things. A big part of that change is just changes in the OPEB and pension liabilities. They change significantly every year. Because this is a guess, really, from guys who are real smart, but it still changes every year a significant amount, what type of incomes are coming in, how many people really die, how many retire. So that can really throw these numbers off. When you get to something that's more relative to the district and relatable is when you get to the balance sheet on pages 9 and 10. You see the balance sheet based on the funds that we're used to dealing with in a school district. The operational fund, the first one there, is the primary fund we deal with in districts. And always an important item is, what's our cash balance for the district? It's about $7.7 million in the operational fund. You've got to do a little math to get there. It's actually that first line that says cash and temporary investments, plus the line about 5 down for interfund receivables. That's the cash that the operational fund has loaned to mainly federal and state grant funds that have deficit balances because they're waiting for the state to give them their money back. And so you expend the money first, and then after some time, the state gives you your money back. And so at year end, the district was about $9.5 million in the hole to the state. And then you subtract out the accrued payroll liabilities of $3.7 million. What those are, basically held checks. At year end, you have the large payrolls that happen in a school district, but a lot of those liabilities aren't paid till July, August, and September. And so that's the amount that's put back on the books that shows they'll be paid over the next few months. The statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance on page 12 and 13 kind of gives you an idea how did cash flow happen in each of those funds for the year. For the operational fund, the expenditures actually exceeded revenues by about $26.6 million last year. And overall, which you'll find on page 13 in the total primary government line, revenues actually exceeded expenditures in the district in its entirety by about $9.4 million during the year. One area that I recommend for board members is always take time to look through the notes to the financials, pages 22 through 62. That's not all these spreadsheets that we accountants love to deal with, but it gives you more information to read. It walks you through some of the requirements that are required by accounting standards and governmental accounting standards. So take that to bed with you. It'll probably help you go to sleep quicker, and you might have several weeks of being able to get to sleep quicker by the time you get through those 40 pages. But they will also give you a lot of good information on various breakouts of the district and probably help you as you're trying to, anytime you may have questions for Carol or the finance area and those people. Now, for the rest of the report, I'm going to turn it over to Chris and let him have the rest of the fun.
Okay, I'm going to start with the report on internal control over financial reporting on compliance and other matters. And this is going to be on page 136 and 137, so I'll give you a second to get there if you'd like. This deals with any findings that we have in your report on internal control, and there are 3 levels of findings. You have a material weakness, which is the most severe, a significant deficiency, which would be the next level down, and then finally, the least severe is going to be the other matters findings. And I always give a definition of the material weakness and significant deficiency so that way you have an understanding of what those mean. So a material weakness is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control such that there is a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement of the entity's financial statements will not be prevented or detected and corrected on a timely basis. And a significant deficiency is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control that is less severe than a material weakness, yet important enough to merit attention by those charged with governance. And in our audit this year, we had 2 findings, which we consider to be significant deficiencies, so of that second level. And those are going to be 2023-001 and 02, which I will, at the end of my presentation, go through in more detail. And then finally, we have the other matters findings. These are what we call the NMSA findings, and many times these don't have anything to do with financials. They have to do with processes or deadlines, timelines, or statutory requirements that don't have an effect on your actual financial position. And they are the lowest level of finding, and those are going to be 2023-08 through 22. The next report that you're going to have is going to be the report on compliance for each major fund. That's on page 138 through 140. It reiterates much in the same way as the report on internal control does, only this is specifically for your federal funds. It also gives a opinion on your federal funds specifically. And in this case, we had, again, an unmodified opinion because it is possible to have a difference in your overall opinion on the financial statements that is different from your report on internal controls for your federal funds. So again, an unmodified opinion. Your federal funds are also subjected to, in the single audit process, the same level of findings, whether they be material weakness, significant deficiency, or other matters. And we did have a couple findings within your federal programs that we did consider to be significant deficiencies. These are 2023-03 through 2023-07. And so those are the 2 main reports. After them is going to be your schedule of, schedule of expenditure of federal awards. And this lists every federal award that the district had and every dollar that you had. It also lists the money that was passed through to the charter school. And that's several pages, and it shows that the district had a total of $67,257,930 in federal expenditures in the current year. And then now the last report that I'll go over is going to be your schedule of findings and question costs, and this is where we'll go over those findings in detail. But we'll first start with a summary, and on there, that is page 145. Just kind of a brief overview, we restate that the financial statements had an unmodified opinion. We did not have any material weaknesses identified. We did have significant deficiencies. Then in the federal awards, again, there were no material weaknesses identified, but we did have significant deficiencies. It was an unmodified opinion. And then we have the identification of your major programs. So these are your federal programs that were subjected to the single audit. And this was your ESSER funds, your Education Stabilization Fund, the Impact Aid, your Child Nutrition Cluster, and your Special Education Cluster in Title I. So all of those funds were subjected to additional review, and your dollar threshold to distinguish between your Type A and Type B programs was $2,017,738, and we did not qualify as a low-risk auditee. All right, so now we have the actual findings starting on page 146. And for the board members, I'll give you kind of a brief overview of the outline of the findings, so that way I believe that helps in you understanding what exactly is being stated there. So we always start off with your financial statement findings. These are your significant deficiency findings that are of more import. So the first one is going to be 2023-01. Next to that in brackets, you're going to see 2021-012. What that indicates is that this is a repeat finding and that it has been a finding since 2021. This is your internal controls of requests for reimbursement and revenue recording. And there in parentheses, you'll see significant deficiency. That'll give you the level of the finding. And then because it is a repeat finding, this is repeated and modified. In the criteria, we'll list the NMAC, the NMSA, or the federal guideline, which is the controlling statute for this finding. And then we will try to bold in that, in either in the NMSA language or NMAC, the section that is specific to your finding. The next section you'll come down to is the condition. The condition lays out the specifics of the finding. And so in this case, we had multiple funds which we did not get our reimbursements done in either did not request them at all, or they were not done in time for this federal entity to reimburse us, or the state. And you'll see all of those, each of those funds listed, the amount, and whether or not the expenditures were moved to the operational fund. Then you'll have a brief statement on any repeat finding that says how this finding this year compares to the prior year. So in the prior year, the district had multiple funds, which we did not request a reimbursement, resulting in $164,586, which was not reimbursed. And we're fairly similar this year, so we have not made significant progress in correcting that finding in the current year. Next, you'll have the cause. This is what we state as the auditors believe caused the district to have this finding. Then there's the effect, and that's the effect that this finding has on the district. And finally, the auditor's recommendation, and this is where we state what we as auditors believe the district should do in order to rectify this finding. And finally, the last part of every finding is going to be the responsible officials plan. So this is the district's response to the finding, and this is, as board members, the area most important for you to look at. It gives you the specific corrective action plan that the district has come up with, the timeline for completion of the corrective action plan, and the employee who is responsible for meeting the timeline. So should you wish to follow up on those findings, say in 3 or 4 months, that would be your guideline as to who you'd want to talk to on that specific finding. The next finding is going to be your internal control over compensated absences. So the district gave employees additional leave without permission from the board. The administration granted additional leave in conflict with the district policy without getting authorization from the board first. I believe that was 4 days, 5 days additional leave. Then 2022-03, this is where the federal award findings start. The only difference in the formatting of this is immediately after the title, you'll have a federal program information where we list the specific federal program that this finding relates to, and that there is a possible issue of question cost. So in this finding on the unallowable expenditures of impact aid, during our review, we noticed that there was $946 purchased for chlorine for the swimming pool, and we had $69,000 in major bleeding first aid kits that were charged to the impact aid special education. Those purchases were not related to special education, and therefore that $69,947.67 is considered a question cost. And so those are amounts that the federal government may disallow and will have to be charged into, in most instances, your operational fund. The next finding is going to be 2023-04. This is the non-compliance with Davis-Bacon Act. This was a common finding in many districts last year due to federal funds being used for a lot of construction projects for the first time in a while. So in 2 of the 5 contracts, the companies providing construction or maintenance services for the district, the required language relating to the Davis-Bacon Act or Copeland anti-kickback were not in the contract. And in 2 of the 5 contracts tested for weekly payroll certifications, we did not have weekly certifications provided to the district to ensure that all wages were being paid in compliance with the Prevailing Wage Act. In 2023-5, this is our impact aid application errors. So we had a student who was no longer in special education program listed on the impact aid application. A student within the special education program did not have a current IEP at the October survey date, and the Federal Oversight Agency had previously reviewed the application used for this audit and found multiple errors that had been corrected in consultation with the district. The next finding is going to be your procurement, suspension, and debarment. During our testing and single audit, we identified a vendor which would meet the requirement of verifying the vendor was not suspended or disbarred. And we did not have verification that that vendor had been confirmed to not have been suspended or disbarred before receiving greater than $25,000 in federal funds. And then the last of your federal award findings is going to be the late submission of federal single audit. This is relating to last year when we did not get the audit submitted on time. We didn't complete the 21-22 audit until May 5th of 23. And so those are all of the more major findings that you would maybe want to pay the greatest attention to in rectifying in the upcoming year. These next findings are going to be your NMSA findings, and one important note is New Mexico has what we call a zero materiality level. And what that means is if we find a single dollar or a single instance of noncompliance, we're required to list these findings in the financials, whereas in most states that wouldn't be the case. And so that's always important, and so we always try to list the number of instances that we found or the dollar value, so that way you members of the board, superintendent, and members of the public can see whether or not this is a human error mistake or whether this is something more that needs to be looked at. So the first one we're going to have is this improper reimbursement of travel expenses. In 3 of the 25 instances reviewed, we did not reimburse the employees correctly. And there we list the dollar amounts that the employees reimbursed versus what was allowable. In 2023-09, we have our duplicate billings paid. So we had, in two separate instances, we paid invoices for legal services twice. So a payment of $4,882.60 and $6,016.12 were paid 2 times. In 23-10, we have missing I-9 and W-4s. We had one employee who did not have a W-4 in their file and one employee who did not have an I-9. 2023-11 is going to be the cash appropriations in excess of actual cash balances. So we had 2 funds where we exceeded our budget. That was in the food services, $21,000 and $31,701. And we exceeded our budget by $1.6 million in food services and $688,000 in $31,701. The next finding is purchase orders. In 2 of the 25 items reviewed, we purchased an item before there was a valid purchase order in place. This is the most common finding for school districts, and particularly with larger districts where you have multiple schools and maybe as many as 100 people who are able to have purchasing authority. It would be nearly impossible, I think, for a district of this size to not have this finding. But it's always important to stress to the employees that a purchase order must be in place prior to commitment of funds. Next is 23-13. This is receipts not issued for monies received. And we had one instance where a receipt of $266.72 was deposited on June 29th, but we had no receipt for that deposit. Next one is going to be 2023-14. This is the improper approval of budget adjustment. During our review of budget adjustments, we discovered one instance where the district entered the budget adjustment into their accounting system prior to receiving board approval. The budget adjustment was approved, but it was inputted into the system prior to that approval. So again, one of those timeline findings. Next is 23-15. This is the improper cash controls and outstanding warrants. We have stale dated checks at the end of the year. The state requires that if you have any outstanding check that is more than 1 year, it has to be voided and the money returned to the fund. And we had 3 checks in your activity account that had not followed that procedure. And those would be all of the findings for the district. These next findings are for Dream Dene Charter School. Again, some of them will be a repeat, but because the charter school is its own entity, they may have some of the same findings. For Dream Dene, all of their findings are going to be at that lower level of the NMSA findings. The first one is going to be 23-16. This is the missing background checks. 2 of the 12 employee files reviewed, there was not a copy of the FBI background check in file. (2023-17). This is purchase order similar to the districts. We had one item in our review, cash disbursements, where the purchase was made on 7/28/22 and the purchase order was dated 8/16. And we had 3 instances in the individually significant where there was not a purchase order in place prior to the commitment of funds. 23-18, this is the improper approval budget adjustment. So we had one instance where the school district requested where the school requested a budget adjustment, but did not go to the board for approval and did not enter it into their system. Then we have improper reimbursement of travel expenses. The charter school had more instances under the Travel Per Diem Act that weren't followed. In 6 instances, the school paid 50 cents per mile instead of 80% of the prior year. which allowed for a maximum of 45 cents. So we paid 5 cents per mile more than what state statute allowed. We had 2 instances of non-payment of parcel day per diem. We had, in 2023-20, there's the failure to timely remit federal taxes is required. So the school needed to make its payment, its fourth quarter payment, on October the 7th, but the payment was not made for their federal tax withholdings until the 12th. We had budgeted cash appropriations in excess of actual cash. So in the 21,000 in the food service and 29138, our cash budget in food services was 46,969, but actual cash was only 36,466 for a $10,000 difference. And in 29,138, the cash budget was 40,937, but actual cash was actually a negative 35,687, which was a $76,000 difference. And we had a failure to certify asset inventory. The board did not do their certification of fixed assets, which is required once a year. All right, so that takes us to the section of prior year audit findings, and I know that was quite a bit there, so I appreciate you letting me get through them. This last section here on page 186 lists all of the prior year audit findings and their status. So last year we had quite a few, and they are broken out in the same way: the financial statements, the federal awards, and the NMSA findings. And at the end of each one, you're going to see the current year status, and they're either resolved or they're repeated. And so I just want to highlight the findings that were resolved in the current year, so that way we can understand the progress the district has made since last year. So the improper recording of year-end inventory was resolved. The improper maintenance of fixed assets was resolved. Our rental housing deposit liability was resolved. The temporary interfund loans was resolved. Those were all of your major findings. Our noncompliance with the equipment recording and New Mexico equipment approval form in your federal findings was resolved. And then of your NMSA findings, our internal control issues for payroll, missing background checks, deposits not being made within 24 hours, the failure to file equity and athletics report, the late submission of the IPA contract, and late filing of audit report, those were all resolved in the current year. Same thing for the charter school. They didn't have any financial statement findings or federal award findings in the prior year, but their late filing of audit report was resolved. All right, and that concludes my presentation. Any questions for me?
I have a question. Can you repeat all of that? Back to 2023, back to the finding for impact aid.
Okay.
Isn't impact aid unrestricted?
Not when it's the impact aid special education.
Well, when you look at the website, there's a bullet point there, children with disabilities payments. So, for impact aid, is that something you can look into? And
You're talking about the 2023-03, the one with the question cost of $69?
the one that pertained to the special.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so in the review, the purchases that were made weren't to the special education program, so they should have been more operational funds that should have been used for those, and so that's what the issue is, because those purchases weren't in furtherance of the special education.
But isn't that unrestricted mean something?
As Chris pointed out, most of your impact aid funds are unrestricted. However, the portion that's specifically segregated out for special education do have restrictions. And so it cannot be spent on anything you want. The dollars that go in the 11,000 fund or the 25147 fund, those can be spent on anything operational funds can be spent on. But the funds that go in the 25145 fund, impact aid special education, all have to relate to expenditures that would be legitimate expenditures for students with disabilities. And so the purchase of, the purchase of the kits, the trauma kits for the district was probably a good thing. They don't relate to special education. Or the purchase for the chlorine in the pool didn't relate. If the pool was only used by the special ed students, then you could do that. But since everybody uses the pool, it had to be operational dollars. And that's the only place where your impact aid funds, that and if you get specific construction funds where you may have restrictions. Other than that, there are no restrictions.
And the one about, I guess, basically it was paying the, for, what do you call it? The coronavirus payment?
Oh,
The ESSER funds?
Yes.
the
And-
lead one?
Yes, if we do a payment plan, can we get that off as a finding?
Well, the finding's done, not anything you can do for the finding. It's how you deal with it afterwards. We just point that out and then you guys decide. I mean, like I said, you may decide, yeah, we're just letting it go. But it's still, and that goes back to Chris, like him talking about zero materiality. If you violate it, we've got to report it. Even if after the fact you were to change, even board policy and approve it after the fact, you still have the violation because it didn't happen in the proper sequence.
I'm just teasing. Carlson,
Hey, he's brought it to us. It was one of those I used to give them to my auditor at times. Here's some things you probably want to find. Steve actually said, hey, here's one that we messed up on. So it was self-admitted by the district that they had done that. All right, if
Any-
no other questions.
any questions, board members?
This comment, I just appreciate your due diligence, Mr. Manning. You've always been that way, meticulous. So I appreciate the fact that you're really digging in order to keep us in line in the best possible manner. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Correct. And just as a comment, like I said, I wanted to highlight those areas the district has resolved from the prior year, showing that there's been progress from the prior year to this year. And obviously, we would expect the same thing coming into the next audit year.
And we'll point out to it because we are known as a pretty tough audit. And there are several in the finance department who would be glad to see us leave at the lower level. I still have ears that occasionally I hear things, and they said, can't wait till that firm leaves because they look at too much. But to point out how difficult it is, we do 8 to 10 school districts a year on average and been doing it for 12 years. We've only ever had one school district not get a finding. And that school district pulled it off twice. But they have less than 100 students total and a very good finance person. And other than that, there has never been another school district not have at least one finding. Because, as we say, it's almost impossible with New Mexico having zero materiality. And we actually look at it and we hold to the contract we sign with the state and the district that if we find it, we're going to report it. But that's why Chris also puts so much detail so you as board members can look and say, is that something we need to worry about? Or was that just someone like me having a bad Wednesday? because it says you have to be perfect. And I think most of us would admit in our jobs, very seldom are we perfect. I try to convince my wife I am, and in 40-some years, I still haven't convinced her that I am. So, doing your job is difficult to get every rule and regulation done specifically right, on the time, as it should be.
So I do have a question.
Yes.
In your professional opinion, A through F, what would you grade us?
Probably right now a C+. You made some good improvements. You did not have any material weaknesses this year, where last year you had 4 material weaknesses. So they've moved down. You still have significant deficiencies. And a couple of those significant, that you had findings that were repeat, once the people understood or that they were doing something improperly, from there forward it got corrected. But since you were already several months into the year, before that, those errors had already occurred in July, August, September, so you still automatically had the finding for another year. So the trying to fix it, those at the top end, the material weaknesses, you want to try to bring them down, either to a significant deficiency or gone, which you've done. The next step would be trying to move the significant deficiencies to another matter or gone. So there was improvement, but there's still things to go. And as we say with our crew, who is very experienced in looking at school districts, and we kid, having been there, and Kathy, 27 years in the business office, we know where the skeletons are hidden, and we look for those drawers. Because, of course, Randy, who sat on this board for 24 years, had the same idea I think most of you have. He always told me, I want to know really where we are. Don't sugarcoat it. Let us know, and we'll move from there. But overall, the people are conscientious. They're trying to do it right most of the time. But yes, they wish. And I will point out something that was kind of shocking to me the first year we did the audit. When we went to talk to your federal programs people, the statement was, well, that's different. I've never talked to the auditor before. And I thought for a program, for a district that spends as many federal programs as you do, that previous auditors had never spoken to your, in essence, directors over your federal programs, kind of give an idea maybe why you're having more findings now than you did then, that they may not have looked really at all the things they're supposed to look at. And the New Mexico audit rule really lays out a lot of these minor things down in the NMSA area. It's in there, you must look at. And we have a lot of districts who have said, well, I've never had an auditor ask for it before, but we're going to. And I, you can be written up. I use the example, deposits within 24 hours. When I was the finance director, we had a finding for $2.47 not being deposited within 24 hours. Of course, it was a check written to Newcomb Elementary, and we didn't want them driving 40 miles deposit a $2.47 check, but it still is a finding because it wasn't to the letter of the law. So, and we're always open. Anytime you have any other questions, feel free to talk to us. As we tell the district, we're the auditor for the year, not for just one more year. Thank you.
So, Mr. Manning, this last conference that attended in Santa Fe, you had Jaramillo, Audrey Jaramillo.
Yes.
And she shared with us, and I thought that was pretty neat. It's the first that I've seen where we could look up on state auditor and then see you know, throughout the state, the districts, and then those that haven't turned theirs in, and I was like, oh, we got ours in. So, but that was pretty good. I thought, you know, and the layout, the way it's you know, it seems simple, and so I just want to share that with you. And then also with your heading, you have on some of them have 22 Central Consolidated School District 22. We no longer.
Well, I think that is the formal, when the district was incorporated. So while you may not use it, it's kind of like the official, I think, still designation. And some have dropped it, some haven't. But, so it's kind of a 6-to-1, half of our districts still use the number, and about half of them don't. Because everybody used to have a number after it, but only some do and don't for that. But also I wanted to point out, with the district and the personnel trying to improve, we've already got our date set for when we're coming on for prelim and final for this year. We're also going to come probably next month. We're looking still set the time to all of our templates that we use that collect the information, and the district puts the information. They want us to come and kind of run through all of them so everybody has a good understanding of what they fill in for it and what documentation they want that we need pulled for us when we come. So I believe that shows some additional what's the term I want to use for the conscious decisions to try to improve and to try to help members throughout it, because, you know, each of these areas, you've got multiple people doing it. And so the idea is to help them understand, you know, what is it, what is really required under the statute, and what do you need to have ready for us when we come to do the audit.
And one thing also is, you know, you throw out a number there, 66 million, and our audience, you know, and but a lot of these are have strings attached and have to be spent a certain way, just as you pointed out. And
If not, you get that finding.
yes, yes, and so you know, I think for years and years we've let people fly through a report, you know, and not really ask, you know, questions to where our audience, our community really understands. And then on top of that, you know, had I not been a board member, I wouldn't have realized how, you know, our businesses play into this as well, you know, with the valorum tax and, you know, oil and gas. And so I think that those, as when we go through our finances, I always ask Gonzalez to see if she can, you know, point those things out, and so that our community hears those things, and because all the discussion, all the big talks, all the changes, and you know, it never comes down, but it impacts us. So, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, board member?
I've actually gone through the audit already. It looks pretty thorough, and just I think your presentation, all the information, that answered a lot of my questions that I already had, so I want to say thank you. It almost sounds like it was a forensic audit.
We've had some complain that it is some of these are really work. Yes.
Okay. Sure, yeah. I just want to say, I don't have any questions, and I just want to commend that the audit, based on compared to last year, it does show significant improvement in terms of clearing out the material weaknesses and also reducing the number of the significant deficiencies. Because I think the prior, it showed it was a qualified opinion, is that correct?
In the federal, yes.
And that's not good.
No,
And this year, it is unmodified.
correct.
Okay, that's good. To me, that's a big improvement.
Is that based on the numbers?
No, it's not really based on the numbers, it's based on the seriousness of the violation.
Yep.
And so, last year, because of a couple of things, we had to say those new ESSER funds, and it was more of the people not understanding. You know, federal funds are almost never used for construction. And so that's why we had that finding on many districts, but the dollar amount that the district spent on construction in those funds raised it to a level that we considered a qualified because of the there it was dollar value that made it. It wasn't just making a mistake, but it was how much the district had. They had much more to make the mistake with than another district, and that's what kind of led to that qualified opinion. But as soon as they knew what to do, they started working to make those changes of what they needed to, and so that's why it went back to the unmodified opinion this year. Because the minor things that happened early, and the quantity and dollar-wise was not near the same.
Secretary Wells, did you have any?
I thought the report was extremely thorough, informative. Thank you. I may take you up on your offer for further explanation and come and bug you.
Anytime.
President Haskey, any questions, comments?
I don't have any questions, but comments, I think we have some work to do this year.
Visit the state capitol by Jared Noble and students.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, and guests who have joined us in person and virtually. I do want to introduce our equity students that are online. It's Cody Cisnagini, that gentleman there on the left, and then Nevaeh Sandoval, who's right next to him. They're both from Kirtland Central High School, who wanted to also share a report on their visit to the Capitol. So this report is about from last week on Wednesday, when our equity students did go to the Capitol to show support for the House Bill 134, and also to kind of get a good understand the legislation process of what goes on in the state capitol. So these students, we showed up and immediately met up with Jermaine, and she did a really great job with introducing these students to the Capitol and introducing these lobbyists and these folks that in the Capitol who are working for the Navajo Nation and for education in New Mexico. So with that, Jermaine also gave a really great presentation and got these students really motivated to be involved with legislation and understand kind of just some issues, some topics that are going on in the state capitol, especially with House Bill 134. And so the students kind of have an identity. They found what the issue was, and you could just tell that the students were invested to want to help the district and also, more importantly, the families and their communities. So there in that first slide, we have students in the gallery where they were also introduced by Senator William Scherer, and making that introduction for them was really great to let everyone know on the Senate floor that we're Central Consolidated School District and representing our communities on that day. So unfortunately, that House bill did get stalled during that session. So we did kind of improvised and did a little tour around the Capitol. And we went to the top floor where, of course, that's where the governor and lieutenant governor were. And did a tour there. Jermaine showed us around, introduced us to some folks, some directors. And very surprisingly, we were able to get a hold of the governor and was able to meet with her and have this conversation, dialogue with our students and her. And there's video that we could maybe send to our board members. And it was just a really great it was a great moment for them because they kind of just saw that she's human and that they can have that interaction with her, and where it gave them just a little more of a push to represent their communities and their district and their schools to be there. So I'm not sure, I might have to check on Zoom, but Cody, are you able to hear us?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, great. So Cody is one of our students, and Cody, if you could share a few words, that would be great. Just kind of just your experience with the Capitol and maybe some takeaways that you got from that visit. Madam Vice President, if that's members of the board, if that's all right.
Okay. Yeah. Overall, I had a fun time at the Capitol. It was really fun learning a lot of new stuff and getting to know a lot of new people, and learning about how some bills are passed in New Mexico, and especially a lot of people like how it's basically like a teamwork kind of thing. It's not just like a one-man show, or like, yeah, you just have to be involved with that thing around in my capital. And then also, and yeah, that's sorry. Yeah, that's basically what I took away from that thing. It was very interesting to see how all of the legislators came together and like were able to pass around some of the bills, and then seeing them all communicate in I forgot what it's called, but where they were at, and then yeah.
Thank you, Cody. Nevaeh, if you are you online also?
Yes, I am.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, if that's all right, if she shares a few words. Go ahead, Nevaeh.
Sorry. One thing that really stood out to me was how welcoming everybody was in a fast-paced environment. So that was one thing that I really noticed, and that just talking to Jermaine and other people we met, they said that one thing that's really important is listening, not talking, but listening. And we did tour around the roundhouse, and which was pretty interesting because we saw different offices and different things. And we did go to, one thing that did stand out to me and what really made me want to pursue an education would be when we went to the Office of Education, and we had talked to the lady. We were going to go see Governor, not the governor, it was another, he was in the, what is it called?
I believe
the big,
Nevaeh, I think you're referring to the Senate chair, the lieutenant governor.
Yeah. And thank you. We did go in there, and we just were talking and everything, and we did collect pins. They did give us pins, which was interesting. It was, when we were in the gallery, one thing that was really interesting was that they would be talking, and we did see a few bills being talked about, and when we did that, it was just really quiet, and everybody in the gallery was more observant than talking. They were just focused and listening. Yeah, but overall, I did have a good experience, and I would like to experience this again, but yeah. But I'm hoping we can take a few other people, so next time we do. So, yep, thank you.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, kind of just to recap everything, I think the big takeaway that these students got was that that motivation to come back again. These students kind of just, again, saw those, what Jermaine was sharing, just kind of just the concerns that we are facing in the district. You have, I mean, if there's any Star Wars fans out there, this is the rebellion, right? And the resistance for the families in our area. So, you know, I think this is great for, they can understand, they can find the, listen to their peers, the concerns, and they can maybe bring it to the Capitol one day. You know, maybe next year there's some, maybe some ideas that we can throw around to get them back to the Capitol and advocate for their families. But really, again, big takeaway was they were just invested. They wanted to know what else they could do after that trip when they're on their way back home. So thank you.
Any questions, board members?
More comment, if I may. I just really appreciate it when these young students get involved to get exposed to the democratic process. And I've been fortunate to take elementary students down there during the session. I've taken high school students down there during the session, and they just really get engaged and love that process, sitting there learning, talking, and absorbing. And you're absolutely right, Jared. It just inspires them to get involved. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, just my comment is I hope that the students, their takeaway is that there's a lot to be seen and a lot of stuff to do, and hopefully this experience shows them that there's a big world out there, and maybe one day there'll be one of these people that are running for office, running for state rep, running for Senate, and even one of these days run for positions up here, and be future leaders in that regard. Thank you.
Madam President.
Go ahead, Secretary.
It's delightful to see the youth participating in this, and especially their enjoyment of it, what they got out of it, what they can get out of it. It's great to see. Thank you.
You mentioned rebellion, Star Wars. You know, I'd like to think of myself on that side also, but not so much in a negative way. You know, it's more. It's just trying to get people to understand and to open their eyes, their hearts, to our plight up here. That's all it is. And just to have somebody, we don't have a voice, I feel, and that there's a lot of things that have happened because of that, and a lot of where it's really come down and impacted our families, therefore our students, therefore our district. And so, you know, as you say, the rebellion, it's not so much of a war, it's just hearing us and not let it be a don't pacify us, you know, take us seriously, and if these students can do that, and you know, and that's just going to be the more voices, and that's going to be great, so that when things do happen, and that they remember, you know, that we are here also, you know, as a district, and that we need to be part of those discussions as well. So, President Haskey, do you have any comments or questions?
I just have a comment. I think it's great hearing the feedback from the students. It's for them, for their
Go ahead.
Madam Vice President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, I do also just want to say thank you to ICO, Ms. Cheryl Benali and Dr. Elfrida Harvey, and also one of the liaisons, Loretta Johns, who was able to transport students to the Capitol that day, and also to Jermaine, just being there for the students and helping them to understand the whole process of the state capitol. I also do want to give credit because I failed to represent, share the students who were there. There was Kimberly Gordado from Kirtland Middle School, Danica Begay, and Isabella Etzedy, who are from the Shiprock area. I believe Isabella is from Shiprock High School, and Danica Begay is from Kerr Prep. And there's also Allison Pine from Kirtland Middle School.
Thank you.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, thank you.
We'll go on to item B, fundraising requests, KCHS baseball, banner sales, February 21st, 2024 through May 25th, 2024, by Isaiah Valdez.
President Haskell, Vice President Aspis, Secretary Wells, board members Montoya and So, Superintendent Carlson. I'm Brian Panella. I'm here speaking on behalf of Coach Valdez. He sends his apologies for not being able to do this in person, but he's down in Gallup coaching the girls basketball team as they take on the Bengals tonight. But we'd like to request approval for a banner sale, baseball banner sale. The money that is going to be raised from this is going to help funding with the Kirtland High School baseball team. This is the third year that the baseball team has been doing this fundraiser, and currently they've had 27 different businesses participate in this. So not only is this a fundraising opportunity for the students, but it's also an opportunity for them to get out and meet people in the community, build those community relationships with other businesses that are out there, and increase their skills for reaching out to companies and taking pride in their baseball program. The manner in which the money will be collected is all checks will be written out to KCHS and delivered to the school. So we do appreciate your consideration for approval for this banner fundraiser. Thank you.
Any questions, comments, board members?
I have none.
I have none. I think all the information's in the packet.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
I don't have any either.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We'll go on. Item C, request for approval of gift donation, KMS.
Good evening, CCSD board members, cabinet, CCSD cabinet, and community members. Thank you very much. This is Nikki Atencio, and we are asking for permission to receive or accept our donation from New Mexico Foundation. We actually have been working with the SWIFT program, which is with community schools. And part of our work, they gave a donation to the school to help build our culture with our site-based leadership team and our community schools initiative. It's for $1,000, and I don't see it says that amount on the, it says $1,000 donation. I think it's on the other paperwork. Oh, there, yeah, there it is. Thank you. So the second part of the paperwork. Ms. Farnsworth and myself both were the fellow members of the SWIFT program. Any questions?
It's a good thing you explained the amount. I thought it was 43,000.
That would be nice. That would be nice. No, it was $1,000 school award.
I guess that's the check number on
Yes,
the
that is
other,
correct.
on the other paper.
Yes. Any other questions?
Any questions, board members?
I have none.
I have no questions.
I have no question, just to express our thanks to the donors for to the gift to the school. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
President Haskell, any questions, comments?
I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tencio. So we are now at item D, Shiprock High School traditional 7-period schedule by Steve Carlson.
Board President Haskell, Vice President Aspis, members of the board. I'm going to go ahead and preface this report a little bit with a little conversation, or a little monologue maybe, about kind of the process. I want people to understand, I know we have some folks from Shiprock here that are very much in support of keeping the block schedule, and I want them to all understand this is not about, it's not a decision that was easy. It's also not a decision about personalities. I've had some conversations with some folks. Stacy Gallagher has been an ardent proponent and defender of block scheduling, and for a lot of great reasons. We heard Mr. Manus speak before. I go way back with Mr. Manus from days in Chinley and Kirtland Central High School, where he was actually a student of mine. So it's not about personalities. It's about taking some facts and doing our best to make decisions. And this has been a very difficult discussion. And I want everybody to understand that there were some comments made, that there was one comment from the audience, but other comments that were kind of directed at the assistant superintendent. Mr. Deswood was part of the decision, of course, but ultimately those comments should be made and directed at myself. Because I can talk about the pros and I can talk about the cons with anybody, because there's pros. I've been a teacher and I've taught on a block schedule. Mr. Deswood was a teacher in a block schedule and a principal in a block schedule. So we very well know that there are some excellent things about block scheduling that work out for sometimes the majority of the students, but definitely for some of the students. So I want everybody to kind of understand that it's not going to be a time where we're going to discuss all the pros and the cons, however, because I think there's some very good reasons, and this is my opinion, again, and I know it's the opinion of most folks in the cabinet, whether or not it was articulated well enough, whether or not community had enough time to talk about it, or students had enough voice in the decision. I believe it's the best decision for the majority of students at Shiprock High School and the majority of instruction at Shiprock High School. So I'm going to go ahead and go through those reasons. Again, there's pros and cons, but there's also pros and cons for a 7-period day. But I think what it comes down to for the board's benefit is that there's financial and equity reasons. I think that when we look at those two things, it'd be really difficult. So again, for financial and equity reasons, I think that we need to make this move. So you'll go ahead and do the next slide there. So this is a small funding portion, and there was a loss this last year of bilingual multicultural education program funding for students in Navajo language courses. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to kind of talk about that for just a second, and I'm going to try to use numbers that make sense for everybody as much as we can. We get funding for all the students who are in Navajo language classes. In block scheduling, we have Navajo 1 students in the fall semester, we have Navajo 1 students in the spring semester, okay? So if we have, let's say, 100 students, Navajo language students, that are taking Navajo that year at Kirtland Central and at Newcomb High School, those students would all count for the funding. But they take the average of the 180 or the 120 in the 80 day, and we can only put 50 kids in each of those classes. The average of 50 and 50 is 50. So we lose funding for half of our students by having block scheduling. So that's, like I said, a smaller funding issue, but we also have some other reasons that we'll get to. But this can lead to noncompliance with Yazoo Martinez. Everybody will hear it. Yazoo Martinez mandates from the PED. Next slide. So the average class load at Shiprock High School is 56, whereas Kirtland Central is 94 and Newcomb High School is 82. Those were fall numbers this year. Every day, teachers we had said 90 minutes of prep. Apparently we overstated that a little bit, and it's only 80 minutes of prep at this time, which is, if you're a teacher, that's wonderful. I mean, I wish we could give all our teachers 80 minutes or 90 minutes. I really do. I think that'd be fantastic. Teachers at Newcomb High School and Kirtland Central have at most 50 minutes, but probably more like 45 minutes of actual prep time per day. If you start doing the math and trying to figure it out, if you have that much more prep time, there's that much time where teachers are not doing teaching. So you have to have more FTEs, which means more teachers, to fund a school that's on a 4-hour block than a traditional schedule. That just makes sense. So it requires more financial resources. Next slide. And then, of course, these are the equity reasons. Now, this is one that kind of hit me that I need to describe, because I saw this happen on a couple of occasions, and I actually I was at Newcomb High School, and I saw a student enroll there. Right now, Shiprock High School is the only comprehensive high school in the county that is on the block schedule. And because in our district, KCHS and Newcomb High School are on a 7-period schedule, there are some real difficulties when we have students transferring. And everybody in this room knows we have a lot of students who transfer in and out of schools within our district. So when those students transfer, there's some issues. For instance, I was in Newcomb High School last week, and I talked to a teacher there about a student who was enrolling. This student was taking Algebra 1, or had completed Algebra 1, and so we're looking for a math class to put that student in at Newcomb High School. If they had Algebra 1 first semester, they're already done with Algebra 1, so you can't put them back in Algebra 1, okay? You can't put them in Algebra 2 because that doesn't match up with any classes that are being taught right then. So there's real difficulties matching schedules, and I believe that is an equity issue. If they transfer, they might end up losing credits. And then there's that example that I gave that I actually just saw. Next slide. There are some testing issues, and these things are something that we do need to take into consideration. If a student has a math or science class in the fall, they have an April test on state summative assessments. Our schools are graded on state summative assessments. So when students take the summative assessments, they're not really prepared for those assessments because they had the class in the fall. Students are missing out on instruction from January to April. If a student is taking the SAT, like all of our junior class students do, they're at a disadvantage while taking the SAT or ACT exams. If they have an AP test in the spring and they had the instruction in the fall, it's pretty easy to see that if I have a class and the entirety of that class is in the fall, now I can't take that test until May. All of the material from that class is going to be tested several months after that class ends, and that can be an issue. And I don't know if it's completely attributable to block scheduling or not, but we have many less students taking AP exams at Shiprock High School, and many less in classes as well. Students in novel language miss the second Dene language assessment, which affects their chief manualito status. So let me explain that. If they take Navajo language in the fall and the Dene language assessment is in the spring, they're not going to do as well in that assessment for the same reason students taking AP classes. And hopefully all those equity reasons make sense. Next slide. So this is something that I reached out to area superintendents and asked them who was using block scheduling and if it was effective. And as I've already said, there are no schools in the county that are using block scheduling. Bloomfield actually went away from theirs last year after doing it for 7 or so years. And prior to that, Farmington did have a school. I believe PV many years ago did it, Piedra Vista, and then more recently, Farmington High School. And their answers were similar. I can read you some of one of the superintendents without identifying their name. But their district moved away from block scheduling due to 7 classes, or to go to 7 classes. Due to declining enrollment and staff reduction, teachers were not effective in engaging students for 1.5 hours, which I'm really not going to get into that. I think that's sort of a judgment call, and I don't want to offend anybody. I believe that's true, but I won't get into that. But also the need for an athletic hour at the end of the day. So if we have an athletic hour at the very end of the day, like we did it in the fall here at Shiprock, you can't really split things up so that you have with a 7-period block you can devote, or a 7-period schedule, you can devote the very last class to an athletic class. And coaches all like for their students to be in that athletic class the last period of the day. And we can't do that at Shiprock High School. Basketball classes are only offered to girls basketball, not for boys basketball. And that creates an inequity, could be considered a Title I violation. And anybody knows that we do not want to have did I say Title I? Is that what 1X means, is 1? Oh, it means 9? Thank you. Landers holding a bunch of fingers up. I had to wait for a second to count to make sure I get it right. A Title IX violation.
He's half Roman.
There's what part Roman. Thank you, Mr. Venturino. Anyway, so we don't want a Title IX violation, obviously, school board. So that is another issue. Next slide. And here's one that, and I don't know if I need to phone a friend on this one if you ask any questions about it. But if you have students who are on an IEP, what tends to happen is, especially if you look at that second bullet point, a lot of times when you make a schedule, and this is for all high schools, so it's not just block scheduling. Sometimes you're ending up trying to fit something in to fill out a student schedule. And Mr. Manis could probably explain that way better than I can. But sometimes what happens is you don't make a schedule based on IEP needs so much as making sure the block schedule is utilized. So for instance, if a student has, let's say, a reading goal, and they were put into an English class for the first semester, they're in that class for 90 minutes every single day for that whole first semester. I don't think there's very many IEPs that are written for 90 minutes. And if they were, it would change their service level. And so students don't have an IEP written for a 90-minute block. You'd have to go in and change all the IEPs to do so. But also that student that had that English class first semester is not going to have anything for him as far as to service his IEP in the second semester. So that, again, this can lead to underserving of students with disabilities. It's very difficult to service students with an IEP. Next slide. Okay, so this is just a sum up of the whole thing. But again, I want to make sure that people understand there is nothing that I'm saying that says that block scheduling is horrible or it's bad. And I know it's better for some students. I'll give you a couple examples. There's passing periods, there's not as many. Guess where your discipline problems are? Passing periods. That's a huge one. Another one, they can be with the teacher for 90 minutes at a time, a longer period of time, which is very nice when you have those students. So again, there's pros and cons to both. But I believe, again, I believe that the best thing for our district and for Shiprock High School students is to move back to a 7-period day because of the financial and equity issues that I talked about just right now. And so, board members, I'm happy to take your questions.
Any questions, comments, board members?
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Secretary.
I had some questions about the pros and cons of the two, and I appreciate our superintendent's in-depth explanation. And appreciate the fact that not only financially, but equitably as well. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Ms. Asros, yeah, if I could ask, one, what was the feedback or response provided by different parents at Shiprock High School? How many meetings were held? And were there any like poll results or focus groups conducted?
So great.
And just what were some of the major concerns that were expressed? And what was the turnout?
So the concerns expressed, the biggest concern was the fact that we didn't do a whole lot of those things. And I'm going to go ahead and address that in a couple ways. And I don't mean, again, I don't mean to be offensive as I'm addressing these concerns. I believe there are decisions that we all need to make, you and I, as board members and superintendents, that a lot of these decisions we do need to make sure we poll all the constituents and get exactly how they feel. But I also believe there's other decisions that we need to make where if we spend a lot of time getting kind of dipstick measures from folks, I think that we're doing a disservice to our judgment abilities and as far as making those decisions. For example, again, I mentioned I was a teacher in a block schedule. You give me 90 minutes of a block schedule, if I get 90 minutes of prep a day versus 45 minutes, and you give me the opportunity to make that decision, I'm going to go for the 90 minutes every single time. So my assumption would be that if you polled the Shiprock High School teachers, that the majority of them would want to have the extra prep time. That's my assumption. Do we talk to them about it? Perhaps we should have done a better job of making sure they understood this decision was being made and to get their voice in it. And that's something I do feel that I can take the blame for that by not doing that well enough. Again, for students, I know we have a student here sitting here listening to that saying, where's my voice in all of this? And again, I would answer that to say sometimes when you ask a student about what's best for them, they're going to give you an answer that maybe you don't like. And this may be not something that you as an adult might say. For instance, if I polled my kids as far as dinner every single night, they might want pizza every single night. But that's not what you do as a parent. You say, you know what, I need to provide my kids a nutritional meal every night. And so as adults, we make those decisions. And again, I mean, we did have a meeting where we talked about these things, and it was probably too little and too late. And I know that there was some pushback from some community, and I know that you all probably have heard some things from community members. If you have, any of you are paying attention right now, there's probably community members talking about this very meeting and this very presentation. And so there will be those who do not like the decision. That's 100% given. I know that Ms. Gallagher, like I said, put a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of herself into saying, we're going to create the best block scheduling environment, and they tried to tweak it this year to make some changes to alleviate some of these concerns. So, you know, a lot of credit is given to their staff for all that they've done to work with the block schedule, to make a modified schedule. But again, I stand by the results of some of our research that we've done and the recommendations to the board, that the reasons that I've given should be enough, or we move it back to a 7-period day.
Listening to this, you know, you give a good explanation, and I wish I could see an actual schedule of a student and to see how this is going to work, and so that, you know, I can, you know, be very clear. But what comes to my mind after hearing the comments and then you know, some of the letters that we've been getting, and is my question is February, and why this late in the game? And why wasn't this, I mean, I can see now that I look at the student first, and our business's graduation, and then how much is that going to affect those numbers. I mean, again, our business is graduation, and how many of those are gonna, with this change in schedule, how is it gonna, is it gonna hinder some, or I don't know, but, and then you're talking about financial and equity issues. You know, those are things that that are serious too. However, again, I just come back to we're almost done with the school year, and why would you make changes like that to to scheduling, and perhaps, you know, something that could have waited till next year and then, you know, start anew. But those are my thoughts on this matter.
Question.
Go ahead.
So just for a point of clarity, Superintendent, this wouldn't take effect until next year, correct?
That's correct. This is for the 2024-25 school year.
So there's no
So you're
change
not-
whatsoever right now?
No, this year they would continue servicing students exactly as they are.
Okay, so from that perspective, looking at it from a legal standpoint, and again, the word we like to use today is equity. You certainly rolled that out, in my humble opinion, pretty damn clear. Because then you talk about Yazzie Martinez and compliance here in the state of New Mexico. You talk about Title IX and the possibilities of creating certainly violations in the law. And just as important, IEPs and how those are affected. My question, when you start looking at that, how are those IEPs written for those students that are being served? Are they, just as you mentioned, are they written in that 90-minute block? Or are they shortened? But the legal aspect of it really stands out to me, that it's pretty clear that we're unable to address that from a legal standpoint because of what we have to deal with within the state of New Mexico and federal law. Thank you.
Board members, any more questions?
I'm in total agreement with what Board Member Montoya stated. Also, when we talk about equity across the school board, all across the school district, I'm also in favor of changing the block schedule. I don't think it's fair if you have a student, you have one student that's going to be stuck. If their family's moving, circumstances changes, we have a very mobile population, and they can't progress as well if they're in a block schedule. And as you had stated, Superintendent, that if they're the only school in the county that offers a school district, you're limiting the student from options of where they can go. Secondly, when we talk about graduation, the graduate profile, if we're wanting second language, dual languages, or other options, again, those options are going to be limited for our students. We want well-rounded students in our school district. I was a product of Central Consolidated School District. I felt that I should have had language options too. I took Spanish, but I can't imagine not having that option to have Navajo language, or having the freedom to be able to pick my electives. Thank you.
Any more questions, board members? If there's no more questions, can I go ahead? I'm sorry.
So that's okay. I thought this was something that was, you know, going to be changing this year, but next year, and then, but again, you know, those 2 points that you did talk about with the finance and the equity part of it, Title IX, those are serious. And, but I go back to, how can we have a compromise? I mean, if there's any, with, clearly this is, you know, you have people coming up making comments and staff and then, you know, I know it wasn't intentional that their opinions or the discussion with them was left out, but how can we work through this instead of just, you know, putting our foots down and it's my way.
So I don't know if I can answer that thoroughly, but I will say to kind of to sum up a little bit, to the folks at Shiprock High School, I know that I've heard from different teachers and from the administration that, you know, moving forward, that we are going to have to work together, and that Ms. Gallagher actually has a couple different times said that when that decision is made and we have to move back to that, I'm going to do my best to make sure we're all on board. But I do want to mention that, you know, in leadership, especially if you're a principal or a superintendent, there's 4 things that you need to have: trust, stability, compassion, and hope. And I think that the way that Ms. Gallagher's staff kind of fought together and kind of came behind her, I want Ms. Gallagher to think about this. I think that they're more for behind Ms. Gallagher than they are for the block scheduling. I know they want the block schedule, but they're coming together because that's something that she implemented that they have begun to embrace. So moving forward, she has that trust of her staff. And I think that's something that central office, again, hopefully there'll be stability, but hopefully they'll agree that they will come to trust us even after this decision is made, even though there's some missteps in making it. Again, I stand behind all the things I said. I think this is a decision that is for the betterment of the majority of the students. And there's going to be some students who are upset about it. There's going to be some teachers who are upset about it. But I'm willing to go to the school to talk to students, to talk to parents. As we move forward, there's a whole lot of concerns that parents had, and when we met with them, that we can address with a 7-period schedule. We don't need to have some sort of modified schedule. We can address these concerns with a 7-period schedule. And we will do our best to work with the staff to make sure we address those concerns. I don't know if that
Comment.
answers your question or was just more grandstanding. I don't know. Mr. Montoya, sir.
So really, and ultimately, it's coming down to the board making that decision, either status quo or to go back to the 7, or that's your suggestion and recommendation?
Yes, sir.
At this time? Okay, thank you.
And just to follow up, there's going to be a transition period or information that's going to be shared if this is approved or adopted, is that correct? Immediately.
As I've said, I know Mr. Manus has already been working on schedules should this decision be adopted. And Ms. Gallagher had conversation with the staff so they understand the possibility. And that's why even Ms. Aspa's point, even being at the end of February, there's still a lot of work to be done in order to make it happen for next fall. But we will make sure that we talk to parents and all the concerns they have moving forward. We'll do our best to address those.
Another question. How long has Shiprock High School had that block?
This is the 3rd year.
3rd year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it was changed from the initial 7 to begin with?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so They've done it before, they can do it again. Then transition back to the typical 7. Again, more advantageous and applicable to the law and addressing those concerns as well. Thank you.
Madam President, may I? Go ahead. So, this is tough because I'd like to think that you ultimately you're responsible for the operational day-to-day duties of the district, and it really shouldn't be up to the board. But if I may say, as a board member, I would like to think I would look at the students first, how it benefits them, and but this is a real tough situation, and knowing what the consequences are also could be quite costly, and so I don't. This is tough, and but I would like to hear from Mr. Manus, if possible, again.
If I may, yield my time to Ms. Paul.
Yeah, you come up here to the speaker, to the mic.
I would like to yield my time to Ms. Claw. She's done a lot in the past several months for this opportunity to come and speak, not only to the superintendent, assistant superintendent, but to the school board. So.
Hello. Oh, sorry. Hi. I made when we found out that the schedule was going to be changed to 7 hour, we thought it was definite, like we couldn't do anything. So I made a petition against it. But now that we have a choice, I'd like to voice some things. You asked about the graduation, right? We recently found out that we have 96% of the school on track to graduate, which is higher than past years. Also about the basketball thing, we do have a boys 5th hour basketball. So about what was it, the 9, I forgot what it was, but yeah, we do have a boys basketball, so it's girls and boys. I'm not sure what else to say. Class schedules helped me a lot. I didn't go to middle school. I didn't learn anything during middle school, kind of. Well, I did learn some stuff. Sorry, Mom. I did learn some stuff, but I didn't learn the things everybody else in my class did. So having the one-on-one time with the teachers has really helped me a lot. And that also reminds me, the special ed students, I think they're benefiting a lot from it. I've been in a lot of classes with them. This year, actually, in choir class, there is 3, I believe. They really like choir. And the teacher's able to spend one-on-one time with them and help them individually with their own parts and the songs and stuff. but he's also able to spend time with the rest of us students who also don't understand a whole lot about choir, but yeah. And I found out the science classes are able to prolong the labs and make it easier to do. I was able to dissect a pig last year, which would not have been possible if it was 7 hours, because you would have to pull out the pig, pack everything up, clean everything, put it away, put it back, and then the next day start all over, unpack everything, start all over, dissect some of the pig. Oh, time's up, gotta put it back, or whatever. I learned a lot about the pig, like the lungs. I think it's the digestive system is like really long, like a football field long thing. Really cool. Anyway, what else about the block schedule? I have like 2 credits left that I need to get to graduate. And I was thinking about graduating early, like halfway through the year, but that's not possible with 7 hours, because I would have to go through 2 credits the entire year. So that wouldn't be great. I also have a lot of other friends who are like need 1 credit or 2 credits. Oh, I have a friend who also has been able to take a lot of college classes. Like I think she's about to get associates. Yeah, she's about to get an associate's degree in college. There's actually a lot of students who are getting associate's degree. All the students have asked me to talk about how they would really like to keep the block schedule. So many of them were like, "You're our voice, you have to speak up." And I'm like, calm down a bit. But yeah. Oh, there was this one kid I was really worried about, and he said he would drop out if they did the 7 period, and I was like, ooh, no thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for the information. If there aren't any additional comments or questions, we will move on to letter E, graduation progress updates.
Would I be able to add, if you don't mind?
I think we've spent enough time on this. Thank you.
Madam President, I have one more comment.
After your comment, then we'll move on because we've spent a lot of time on this. Thank you.
So on this situation, Carlson, I just hope it's the best. I mean, again, it would go back to as far as the operational duties, that's your call as superintendent, and so I hope the best decision is made. Thank you.
Okay, letter E. It came back on. Letter E, graduation progress update by high school principals. Okay. Okay, great, thank you.
President Haskey, Vice President Aspa, Secretary Wells, board members, Superintendent Carlson. We just met a month ago on graduation progress. Not a lot has changed. We have had 1 more student who did graduate officially, had an incomplete to fix from 2nd quarter. That's been done. So we now have 10 students who are early graduates. 112 are on track to graduate if they pass all their classes, and right now they're doing pretty well. We've got a couple we're working with one-on-one, keeping in touch with the parents. We have 4 seniors that they're still going to need summer school to complete. They started the year out too far behind. And 9 of the 125 are juniors that will be early graduates because they've completed their credits early and have chosen to go on to college early next year. We have 64 seniors that have completed 168 college credits. We have another 30 seniors who are in classes right now. And then we have one senior at least that will finish an associate's degree with a possible of 2. So we should have 121 students that will walk in May, or that are possible to walk in May. And we're still doing all the same things we have been all year. We send out letters. Matter of fact, we've been doing weekly or at least every 2-week robocalls for anyone who's failing classes. College and career readiness person and the senior counselor meeting one-on-one with students if they ever get behind. They meet with the parents, bring them in, talk to them if anybody gets behind. We have intervention period where we're doing some credit recovery. We have a couple of seniors who are doing credit recovery during that intervention period. We're not on a 4x4 block. We're on a block with an intervention 5th period where there's athletics, there's interventions, and then there is enrichments. That's where our robotics class was born, was in that 5th period. So, yeah, that is where we're at right now. Not a lot has changed in a month.
Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Yes, go ahead, Secretary Wells.
I took the opportunity to review the robotics that went to Saley. I want to congratulate those students in Shiprock High School. I think that's excellent. Shows initiative and initiative. Was really well, from what I could perceive, really well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
They worked very hard for Saley. Phoenix this last weekend at Nationals, they came up against seeing where the money differences are, and we haven't had the money to invest in our robotics program yet to get to the top, but we were in the middle of the pack, so still did all right. They did find out, some robots have actual sensors. It tells them where an object is. Our kids kind of had to guess out of 3 where that robot should go because we didn't have the automatic sensors. But next year we'll purchase some more supplies and we'll keep working on it.
Very, very good. I commend you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam President, ma'am.
Go ahead.
So before we go any further, thank you for for coming up to the podium and saying your thoughts and also sharing your classmates' opinions and thoughts on this. Thank you.
I agree with Vice President Aspis. I apologize for overlooking that, but thank you.
And I just want to say on this outcome, whatever the outcome is, if you decide to change or whatever, I'd like to get another report and see how that's affected your graduation or these numbers here.
So next year or this year, because it's not taking effect this year.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I can give you an update later on how the rollout's going toward the end of the year on getting that in.
Aren't we, I would imagine there would be some changes because you're trying to comply to Title IX and.
We already did the Title IX compliance.
Okay.
We have a 5th hour boys basketball, and that's what Ms. Claw was
Okay.
saying. We do have boys. It was, when we realized we had an issue there, we fixed it in one day.
Okay,
So,
good.
yes, it's fixed. We do not have that issue any longer, but yes.
Okay,
that is
thank you.
fixed, yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Board.
Yeah, just real quick, I just want to say thank you to all the staff, the principals that prepare these reports. A lot of the questions I had are already been answered, so I don't really have much to ask. It does look like the progress reports in terms of students that are graduating is really good, including numbers of students that are starting to pick up the Associates of Arts degree when they do graduate. So this information, it answered a lot of my questions. So with that said, I don't have anything for the other schools. We'll probably just probably hear like quick summaries, I hope.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kirtland?
Good evening, Superintendent Carlson, Board President Haskey, Vice President Ms. Aspis, Secretary Wells, community members. This is what we presented a month ago, and I just had a few minor changes. Really, not too much changes during the school year from January to May, because students are actually finishing up coursework right up until a couple days before graduation, or even last year, graduation day. One change that we do have is we may have 3 students with an associate's degree versus 2, and we may have another student graduating early. So those are the only 2 changes that we have. Again, I will not I won't know that until we're closer to May. The interventions are the same, and just like Shiprock and the other schools, we're having meetings with parents, having them come in, meeting with students, contracts, so they know in writing that they're in danger of not graduating. We do pretty much the same thing every year. It gets to be March, April, and seniors kind of shut down, so we have to chase them a lot. But we make sure that the parents know well in advance, and sometimes it can go, like I said, to a couple of days right before graduation where you really don't know if that student's going to pull it out or not. For past years that I've been there, it has happened, but those numbers have not changed from what I had from a month ago. I can give you a better idea in May where we are. But like I said, the only 2 changes is I think that there's going to be another student, he's going to graduate early, and we possibly will have 3 with an associate's degree versus 2.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You come.
Good evening, school board members, superintendent, members of the public. We got Newcomb High School and their current status of the seniors. So you can see as of a couple of weeks ago, we had 48, but because of reclassifications and students completing credit recovery, we now have 56 that are on track to graduate. You know, and I'm sure some of that will change as they keep going, especially students in credit recovery classes complete those courses. And so, you know, that's kudos to our students and also to our credit recovery teacher that really pushes them to complete that work. So as right now, we have 56 students that are on track to graduate, and again, I put the graduation date on there. And you know, the same thing we're doing in Newcomb High School as the other schools. We had a pretty good, decent turnout for our student-led conferences, and those progress reports that did not get picked up at that day have been mailed home. Our staff is in the office is making those phone calls to parents, emails, and bringing them in to have those one-on-one conversations with those students.
Great. Are there any questions, comments from the board? Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to say these numbers are really good. The fact that you went from 48 to possibly 56th, that could also take up your graduation rate, is that correct?
Well, we would have to go back and track how many actually freshmen we had in that cohort is what they'd actually track. But yes, that could help us out.
Those are good numbers to look at. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Career prep.
Good evening. President Husky, esteemed board members, Mr. Carlson, fellow district employees here tonight too. We're very much in the same thing. We did pick up a few more people who are graduation eligible, so our numbers have gone up again. We're looking at right now 52 potential. We've had 16 that have graduated already. At January 1st, we had 1 more that has graduated since then. We're on track to have between 3 and 6 more by the March 8th into the 3rd quarter. So we're really getting those kids moving along, doing some good things. I got 29 on track to graduate in May. That most of those that had 4 credits now are down around 2 credits. So they're really doing a good job. We just completed a week ago one of our night school classes. We started another one for a half credit that just started tonight, and we had over 40 kids sign up for our night school classes. So, you know, kudos to the staff and they're over there working with those kids from 3:30 to 6:30, 4 nights a week to get them caught up on their credits. So doing really good on that. Like I said, we're working with 7 right now who are in red on my spreadsheet that I look at every day. So I go through my kids every day and I look at them and I see where they're at. I look to see where their grades are, and I have met with most of the ones that are under 18. I have met with parents and make sure, and the ones that are over 18, I meet with them personally and make sure that we do that. We're still doing the counselor myself and the class sponsors, because my career in college readiness person has stalled at the district office level, so I'll have to check in with Mr. Deswood and see where that's at.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Madam President. So you said you took on how many more students?
How many more have moved forward?
Yeah.
So the last time we were here, I was at around 48 potential, and we're up to 52 now. There's a few
Okay.
more that may squeak in there too, but there may be a couple of them that need a summer school class.
I thought you said more came into the school.
No, we're just moving them forward.
Okay.
And we
All right.
did get some at January when we started. We got a few that transferred in. So, but that's
Not from area schools,
Oh, yeah.
didn't it? They did?
Yeah, we make it work.
It wasn't a lot. Or?
No, we work through that constantly. It's a good thing.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the update. Could Ms. Chappelle get a microphone, please, for her report? Thank you. So letter F, Student Support Services Audit by Jermaine Chappelle.
So good news on that front. It looks like that will start in March, and can you hear me closer? Is that better? The scope of work has been defined in that, and that work will begin likely the early part of March. And so we can give you more updates as that moves through.
And then
Actually, I have handouts.
Madam President, may I?
Yes, you may.
Why is this taking so long?
Well, the biggest reason that it's taking so long is to find the right team to do it. Sorry, this is for reading. I can't see you when I have on. The biggest reason was to define the scope of work and find the right team, and we have done that. As you recall, we had identified an entity that was going to help us, and you all kind of asked us to go back to the drawing board on that. So we have done that, and we're now ready to go starting in March.
I was hoping Mr. So, our board member So, could hear this and kind of catch him up on.
And I can certainly circle back with him and let him know the background on it as well. Bless you. With that, I'm ready to go to the legislative update if there are no questions on the March start date.
Are there any additional questions or comments from the board? Right? Okay, thank you. We can move on to the next letter G.
I'm gonna give
Okay.
Thank you to Vanna Thompson here for handing those out. So you have in front of you quite a lot of materials. Don't worry, it's not going to take forever. I'm going to go through at a pretty quick pace. But I did want you guys to have this in front of you so that later you can look at it. I also have some recommendations that we revisit some of these issues at the board retreat, if possible, President Haskey, maybe adding that to the agenda. The first item here, I also sent this via email to you all. The red is actually hyperlinks, so if there are any of these bills you want to look at in more depth, you can just push that hyperlink on your email. And what's interesting, and I did this on purpose because it's very rare for a legislative session, even a 30-day, that we literally only passed about 72 bills up to the governor's desk. As long as I've been doing this, which is 30 years, it's the first time I've ever seen such a low amount of bills actually being sent up to the fourth floor.
No rockets?
Well, there were a few rockets. The next document looks like this, and this is kind of the kind of quick synopsis of the education-related bills. The next one.
Before you go any further,
Yes.
I was wondering about the House Bill 2, and if anything came of it. I don't see it on your.
I have it separate because
Okay.
it's big. The next document, and I did hear the question you raised, Vice President, and I'll get to that. The next document looks like this. The reason I'm giving you this document, sorry, my bad, is this literally is just a search of all of the education bills that were introduced and their status this legislative session. As you pass through this, and I'm not going to go through this because I don't want to waste too much time on that, but as you go through this document in particular, you're going to see a lot of really good bills that didn't make it out of committee. One of those we will talk about a little bit in more depth is House Bill 134. You all talked about that some in the beginning intro comments. And I guess what I would say as a high level kind of observation is they didn't stay late a whole lot this session, and so they didn't really get through a lot of bills. I think that's just kind of an unfortunate conclusion to draw. What that means, though, and I'm going to follow up on this here in a little bit, what that means, though, is that we really have some big issues that we want to address in the interim so that next 60-day, there's no excuses that we didn't address substantive issues that our students need by our legislators. And so I really appreciate the comments that many of the board members made early in the introductory comments, because that's exactly where we are. This document is just an article that I thought was helpful. Because it's an article, it didn't print very well, but you do have this by email. I would suggest looking at it. It's got some really good tables in there that kind of give you a little more in-depth knowledge, information about the bills that were sent up to the fourth floor. Next in your packet is the House Bill 134 information I sent out to you guys during session. Unfortunately, because it didn't get out of the Senate, it still applies. And then the remaining documents are analysis on the bills that I'm actually going to talk about. So that's what your packet is. And I believe, right, Sharon, these will be up on our. Yes. So members of the public, if you want to access those, our awesome Sharon is putting those up there too. All right. And just real quick, there were a couple of bills in here that looked like they might apply to us, but they don't. And so I just wanted to highlight those for you so you don't look at them and think, maybe that should apply to us. One of those is House Bill 193, Law Enforcement Retention Disbursements. That particular bill does make it easier for retired law enforcement under the PARA system, which is not our school retirement, it's separate. But potentially, because this paved the way, we might be able to go back in and over the interim talk about how to enable those folks to come to work for us as well if we wanted to do that. I know that there's been some conversation about that in the past. Another one that looked like it might kind of apply to us and didn't had to do with sports, and that's Senate Bill 176, Athletic Competition Act changes. That does not have to do with school sports, that is professional sports. So those two kind of, leapt out at me thinking maybe they should apply to us, but they don't.
Jermaine, what was that first bill? I got the 176, but I didn't.
I apologize, sir, I was going a little fast. The first one.
If there's one I don't have to read, I want to know what it is.
Yes, sir.
193?
It was 193.
Was that a
House
Senate bill or a House bill?
House Bill 193, sir. And Senate Bill
76.
Thank you. 176, that's correct. I'm going to circle back to House Bill 2, but there's quite a bit of meat in House Bill 2. And board members, what I would recommend is that we spend a little more time than just an overview on House Bill 2. But I'm going to give you an overview. What I'm saying is I think we should dig a little bit deeper into House Bill 2 if we revisit this at the board retreat. And the primary reason I'm saying that is there are a lot of grant potential funding out of that I think we might want to prioritize and try to do our best to be eligible for. Okay, so yes, yes, ma'am.
Forgive me for disrupting, but that House Bill 2, superintendent said something about 7%. Was that?
So when it came over from the House to the Senate, it was a total of 8%.
8%.
Well, it changed. So let me just go there. 4% was an across-the-board increase, and then it gave an additional 4% as an average. And so as we've dealt with in the past, obviously the 4% across the board means everybody gets 4%, and an average, as you guys develop the budget process, meaning all of you up there, then that average you can kind of play with a little bit in determining who you want to give the 4% to.
The additional 4%.
Yes, sir.
Thank
So that
you.
was the House version. Then it passed over to the Senate. Senate Finance made some amendments, and the House concurred in that. If I recall correctly, I believe the Senate knocked it down to a straight 6%. But let me just pull that up.
And I think one of the other things that happened with House Bill 2 is the 50 million, and this is separate from this, the $50 million that was appropriated for 134, it fizzles out to the rest of the state. Is that correct?
It will go back to the general fund
Yes.
because it didn't pass. Yes, sir. Okay.
And you said the Senate bill, it knocked it down to 6%?
I'm going to find that. I apologize. I didn't have it flagged because I was going to do that at the end. Do you mind if I circle back to that one?
No.
Okay, thank you. So what I want to do first is talk about House Bill 134. And it looks like this. And by the way, I just want to brag on our equity students. They were so well received in their trip. I actually got a text from Governor James Mountain, who's now the tribal liaison or an analyst for the governor, and he just raved about our kids, how well behaved they were, the questions they asked, and just how they, carried themselves. And a quick anecdote. So when the governor came out to say hi to them, our girls were in their traditional dress, and it gave me goosebumps, because what the governor said was, "You both look absolutely gorgeous in your traditional dress, and you should feel like this is how you get to dress if you want to dress this way." She just really made them feel comfortable and welcome at that high level to be themselves. And so I just thought I would extend that kind of happiness to you all too. House Bill 134, as you guys indicated in the beginning, it has had a kind of a tumultuous, couple of 2 years. The biggest reason for that is that when it first came out last year, it was more heavily weighted to giving the bulk of the funds to each tribal government. Can you hear me? Sorry.
No, how do you showed us which one you're talking from?
This one?
The Gmail?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So the bill from last year was a 90% equal distribution among all the tribes, and the remaining 10% of the trust fund was equal or based on student population. That's one of the reasons why the bill, some of the 134 did not go anywhere. But as you recall, as discussions happened with state lawmakers, legislators, they were actually open-minded to changing that from like 70-30, even down to 60-40. But this year was a different approach. So it met the same fate regardless. It's hard to get all the tribes to agree on, to make a long story short, it's difficult to get 23 tribes and pueblos to agree. What?
Because of census?
Yeah.
The biggest dividing issue, right, is that most of our Native American students in the state are Navajo by a very large margin. And so you have pueblos that have, thank you, Candace, you have pueblos that don't have a whole lot of students, but they still have educational program needs, right? And so the issue is coming up with a formula that adequately gives enough money for a base amount to each tribal entity, and also make sure that those funds are proportionally being given to students, so that students at the end of the day benefit from those dollars. And I believe you said that, Board Member So, and so thank you for jumping in while I was trying to fix this. Thank you. The same issue kind of plagued the bill this year as well. There was a delegation of Navajo Nation council delegates and HESI members that came down. My understanding is there was quite a bit of involvement from the Speaker's office, the President's office, and also from Doty. Ultimately, the sponsor and that delegation and different counterparts came up with an amendment, and that's what you see here as a summary on this email. And it really did balance the concerns being raised, right? So it balanced coming up with an equitable formula that prospectively and adequately addressed the per capita student issue, but also looked at kind of the base amount that smaller tribal governments might need. Unfortunately, at the very end, we had two folks who kind of have been, trying to find a neutral way to say this, have been
Just say it.
Have been difficult in the past. So for example, the two folks that made it very difficult for us to get impact aid were Senator Souls, and then at the very end, Senator Pinto did support us. But those two, at the last minute, the bill actually passed every single committee unanimous, including Senate Finance. So our legislators, even ours, supported this bill being passed. It got to the Senate floor, and what I've been told is that, well, we were there, so it wasn't been told, we saw it. We literally saw those two folks scurrying to discuss amendments on the floor as it was going to be read. Concerning, because it passed the House by wide margins, actually unanimously, passed Senate Finance unanimously, and so literally at the last moment, you have two legislators stop that entire progress.
And that was
Pinto.
Senator Pinto and Senator Sewell.
Senator Souls. Yep, both of them. So
want to make sure we say that loud and clear.
It's clear.
Okay, hold on for an announcement.
Just a real quick announcement to Board President Haskey, members of the board, and audience. Don't be distracted by the gentleman in the corner over here. This is Chef Nate. He's going to be making some ice cream. And for those of you who are in attendance here, you're welcome to have some of that ice cream. As I know that this is a riveting report from Council Chappelle, but even so, there will be ice cream
It will
served
be made better by
over
ice
here.
cream. That's
Thank
for
you.
darn sure.
And that's the announcement.
Okay, don't get distracted. From my understanding, the amendments that were made on the floor would have been divisive amongst the tribe. Am I correct in that?
The bill sponsor, thank you, President Haskey. The bill sponsor actually pulled the bill because he was concerned that the amendments being introduced would have created divisiveness. And so really what that leaves us is working on this bill in the interim, and so that it's not left to the very last minute like it has been for the last 2 years, so that there can be collaboration and discussion amongst the folks that need to make that decision. From a longevity standpoint, I think a few of you talked about in your opening remarks the concern that New Mexico address future school funding. And so this session, they did try to create a number of trust fund type scenarios. And the idea behind that, of course, is that instead of, waiting year to year to have an appropriation made, you have a trust fund that is passively creating money for that purpose, so that you don't have to worry, are we going to get an appropriation? Are we going to get an appropriation or not? That doesn't mean that there isn't going to still be a need for appropriations, obviously, but it just is a way to, since we have surplus right now, it's a way to make that surplus last longer, because then it's passively making money for the state, if that makes sense. I can describe that better if you need me to.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, if amendments and, well, it passed through the House and then it didn't from the Senate, but from all indications, it sounded like it was good.
It was, yes.
And with the person at the fourth floor is keyed on improving education for the state of New Mexico. I mean, she's done things unconstitutional, and why didn't she just accept it?
Well, the only way it can get to her desk is if it passes the Senate, or both houses, right? So it passed the House, it went through the committees on the Senate side, and then it got to Senate floor, and 2 legislators literally blew that up. So the governor can't yank a bill off the Senate. And I understand that we might wish we had a magic wand for that, because as you can see in this one right here, right, so many good bills died on the floor or died in committee. It's a disservice. And that goes back to the state and the, U.S. Constitution on separation of powers.
That's what I mean. I mean, if you're really set on improving education and get us, from number 2 from the last of the list, we talk about rocket bills before, they were blindly passed, and I just don't understand why this one, if it was such a good thing and a good deal,
so
could have been a first.
And it's not over yet, right? There was significant public will this past session. I think if in the interim we come together as all the folks that are interested in this bill and come unified next year, that political will still be there. If we come back like we were this year, though, I think that political will evaporate.
Thank you. I think my comments, I was actually kind of in behind the scenes on a lot of this stuff, and yeah, from what I've seen, it's going to be difficult to get any consensus. That's just reality. To have Navajo talk to the other tribes in public, say that we're all in this together, this is the common way forward. It's all going to say, it's my way or the highway. In the end, some were asking, I'm going to put this on the floor, you had some entities asking for the sun, moon, heaven, and stars, and they're not being reasonable. And that's not how you get bills passed.
And I certainly don't disagree with you, sir.
And I did see leadership make those demands, and you can't get a bill like this across without trying to compromise or work with the others, and that's probably the biggest difficulty that I saw. And there was a lot of, how do I say this, political backbiting behind the scenes. It was sad. I'm shocked personally.
I completely agree with Board Member Sal. I mean, it was really sad to see this particular bill, other bills too, the strategy that was used to negate all the voices that had pushed the bills through. So it was really sad and discouraging. And again, I keep putting out there, if this is how our legislature, as the community, as stakeholders, as voters in our area, I would really urge you all to look at who your representatives are, your senators and your representatives, because what was stated here, it has to be really looked at.
And I absolutely agree. It was disheartening. I mean, I think our collective stomachs sank when we watched that unfold on the Senate floor. The only thing that I can offer is that I think the only path forward is that we can find some kind of consensus over the interim. If we can't do a little better than we did on consensus this past session, I think that political will is gone. I don't think the political will is gone, though, because the rest of the legislators really don't care. As long as we can come back and say, okay, folks, not everyone's happy, but we're not going to fight about it anymore. If we can do that, I think that's huge. The other, obviously, oh gosh, okay. I'll have a bite, but not a big bite. It's really strawberry, yikes. Deadly. Okay. The reason I articulate it that way is because we have a really big opportunity in the interim, as we're doing our other work to reach across and maybe develop some stronger allies. Not just with the other pueblos and tribes, but from a rural standpoint as well. And so that's kind of where I was headed with that. You guys have heard me say this before. Where we have big challenges, we have huge opportunities. And so that's just me trying to be positive and try to create some momentum, because to your point, President Haskey, democracy is not a spectator sport, and we need folks to participate.
I like the way you put that. Thank you.
May I?
Yes, you may.
So, you know, I really had different opinions, you know, from different people about House Bill 134. And so it's to my surprise that, because most of the arguments or the differences came with census, you know, compared to Pueblo tribes and Navajo. And so that's basically what I heard. But last I saw, what I don't think Sewell's or was of any tribe. So I just wonder, you know, the backstory on that decision, and then of course Pinto. It's no surprise, but thank you for going there. I guess there's some things that we'll never understand. And, you know, they say that education shouldn't be political, but it is. So, thank you.
If there aren't any other questions or comments for Ms. Chappelle?
What is the current SEG update that you can give us? Because I know that's the other big part.
Yep. So let me just resume, if you don't mind. Let's move off of House Bill 134. And so I would recommend that when we do revisit this conversation at the board retreat, that we kind of come up with a plan. How do we want to participate in this bill and some others? So now I'm turning to this one. It looks like this.
So, may I, President? Yes. So when you say board retreat, and we have people that are going to the Hill, and is this something that could be shared and advocated out there?
Absolutely. Especially from the impact AIDS scenario, from the economic development scenario, from the forward funding.
JOM.
But it was appropriate. Having more choice is good. I agree. So yes, absolutely. You didn't hear it. There was a recording behind me. Yeah. Okay. I want to get through this really fast. And then I'm going to quickly go through some key bills, but mostly just so that you all have them. So there are some bills that I'm recommending, and you'll see in the notes section what the recommendations are to follow, or just for information purposes. So that those are House Bill 5. The title on that is Workforce Development and Apprenticeship Fund. House Bill 28, Public Project Revolving Fund Projects. House Bill 151, Post-Secondary Affirmative Consent Policies. So at the higher ed level, they're really increasing the scrutiny on kind of sexual harassment issues. They've done that with at the elementary and secondary, mid school and secondary level as well. But I include that because I think we will be heading there as well. And so that's why that's there. House Bill 171, school graduation requirements, I'm going to come back to. House Bill 177, New Mexico Match Fund. This is creating a $100 million match fund for federal grant match requirements. House Bill 207, Public School Capital Outlay Grants. House Bill 232, Infrastructure Planning and Development Division. House Bill 236, Public Safety Retirees Returning to Work. We've already talked about that one. I'm going to skip that page and come back to it. And then Senate Bill 217, Severance Tax Bond Fund Distributions. So I've kind of categorized or lumped those together because I think that there is more opening for us to go after capital outlay and those types of funds for some of our projects. And so that's another recommendation when we revisit this that I would like to tease out a little bit more, that we come up with a plan, for example, on the student facility that we've talked about in Shiprock, for example, the dorm potential and other of those functions. I think if we can talk through that and come up with a really solid plan over the interim, we could actually we would be in pretty good shape to get some additional funds from these types of funding mechanisms.
So, may I? President. So, the House Bill 207, which is that public school capital outlay, I understand, I'm trying to recall, they put some.
In the past, capital outlay used to count against us from the PSCOC standpoint. We have kind of a temporary measure, I want to say for the next 5 years, that doesn't count against us if we go out for capital outlay. And so that's why I'm saying we've got a window of time that we might want to pursue some of those additional funds.
Okay. Thank you.
There's a bunch of health bills out there that literally are creating a health authority. I included it on here, as you'll see in the notes, because if that passes, we may have some different reporting requirements or process requirements that we may need to revisit. So I'm just flagging it for that reason. SJR 9, you'll see on the third page. This one, there are pros and cons to this, but it did pass both the Senate and the House. And this particular SJR 9 literally is going to ask the voters whether they want to bring the state school board back. And that would replace the current system where the governor has a cabinet level PED secretary that essentially performs that same role. And so we did talk about that when you guys were in Santa Fe. I don't know that we need to go through that much here unless you want me to, but there are some things kind of a more substantive nature that I would like to get to, if that's okay.
So, may I? So, just to be clear and for our audience, SJR, the state board that they're recommending, is elected?
So, some of them would be elected from statewide, and 5 of them would be nominated by the governor and then confirmed by the Senate, for a total of, I think it's 10. Yep, 10. I'm sorry, a total of 15. 10 elected statewide and 5 appointed.
What's the function of the 5 that's going to be appointed?
They would all have the same functions. They would all have a vote. The 10 being elected would obviously be more constituent-based because they're elected by their respective constituents. And the 5 would probably be more topic-oriented, would be my guess. There are some requirements about the 5, and I can read that to you. No more than 3 appointed members can be the same political party, and at least one of those 5 members must be a tribal representative, and no more than 2 members can be appointed from the same county in that 5 appointed block.
You mean
My
stacking?
question is, if we're going to have a state school board, why are any of them appointed? I mean, I understand, but that's my sentiment.
And I don't disagree with you on that point, Secretary.
I don't think that, I think part of the problem that we have now and have had with a cabinet level is that that's not representative of the constituents of the state, but of the whims of the governor. And I don't think that we ought to be giving the governor any more authority or any more power. Look what she did to the electrical. I can't remember the name of that.
PRC.
Yes, thank you. Look what you did to the PRC.
Comment? I agree with Mr. Wells. I mean, in that sense that, I mean, if you're going to elect them all. And certainly don't allow anybody to appoint, because that way they are truly held accountable by their constituency. Utah does the same thing. They have elected school board commission, basically, and that school board commission is the one that determines and appoints the Secretary of Education.
And we did have that before Richardson.
Yeah, I understand.
But that wasn't stacked that way.
You're correct. I mean, I think it was 15, and I'd have to go back to see what that breakout was.
And this most likely is going to be up for vote, right?
It'll be on the ballot. It's a constitutional amendment, so the voting public has to vote it up or down.
I think it's a 2/3 vote.
So what are the benefits?
I agree with Secretary Wells on the benefits. You at least have more of a constituent-based decision-making because they are elected from the entire state, and even those 5 can't all be from the same place. So one of our big concerns, right, is that because there are so many Albuquerque legislators, they kind of sway things. So even the 5 on this, you know, wouldn't happen because you can only have 2 from the same county in that 5. So short answer, President Haskey is absolutely agree 1,000,000% with Secretary Wells that it is less, I mean, it will be political because it's still constituent based, but it won't be the 4th floor dictating policy as it has been the last several administrations.
Basically, education won't be determined by the 4th floor.
Correct. At least from the administrative side.
No, exactly. You would have a better accountability mechanism through the constituency throughout the state to be able to determine the outcome.
Well, you'd
and the
also
direction.
have better representation of the desire of the constituency if you take it out of the hands of the governor.
So we sit in a little bit of a unique position. We literally have 4 legislators that serve our district. 2 senators, actually 5, and 3 reps. So we kind of overlap a couple different districts, which is encouraging in some ways, because I think then we would have better representation or better understanding of what our issues are. The con, President Haskey, is that that's a lot of people to make decisions. And so you then have kind of cumbersome decision-making.
Well, that being said, it's generally advantageous because then you don't get crazy bills passed or policies enacted. No, I be that as it may, I think it would be great to take it out of the hands of the governor, but get rid of the 5 that she has control over.
Question.
May I?
Board Member Montoya, go ahead. And then
Were there qualification stipulations to that?
No qualifications.
Okay.
Vice President.
To me, I think her her appointment or appointees are already, she already has that privilege. I mean, because her party, you know, is the majority. And so they make, and then of course they're assigned to the education committees. So to me, I think her appointees are there already there, and then to have this, her 5 additional appointees on the state, I think that's just it's unfair.
The governor's on her way out, so I don't know who that's going to be next.
Please continue, Ms. Chappelle.
Thank you. The next 3 are house memorials, and I'm going to just quickly give you the title. A couple of these I think we probably may want to participate in from a staff standpoint. Leave that obviously up to the superintendent, but some of these are fairly important. 1 is House Memorial 3, Prenatal Substance Exposure Task Force. The task force would be looking at mostly drug use by mothers while they're pregnant, and ways to help them not engaged in substances while they're pregnant. House Memorial 4 is an LESC middle school study. I know that we have talked a number of years on the challenges we have with middle school education, and that may be one that we want to participate in. Next one is House Memorial 20, and that's to study class size reduction. And so the state is looking at potentially, reducing class sizes even more. Apologize. Okay, so now I'm going to move super fast if possible, because I know you guys want to get out of here. The next one you'll see is the fiscal impact report for high school graduation requirements. It's this one for House Bill 171. As Superintendent Carlson noted, it doesn't take effect until 2025-2026 school year for ninth graders. If you look at page 2, that's one of the reasons I included this for you guys. It really breaks down what the changes are in those requirements and makes it pretty easy to follow. One thing we're kind of ahead of the curve on is this also requires the implementation of a graduate profile and next step plans that tie to those graduate profiles. And so that one is pretty self-explanatory, but like I said, I wanted you to have that handy dandy little chart so that it would really show you what the changes are. The next one that's a little bit important is Senate Bill 76. And we don't have to spend much time on this at all. They're actually fixing a technical change to the PSCOC funding formula on the waiver description. They mistakenly made it harder for us to get a waiver, which is hilarious because they've actually very rarely give waivers. The next one I just wanted to flag is the Cybersecurity Act, and that is Senate Bill 129. This is important because it now includes public schools as a public body within the definition of that act. And Superintendent, this is one we probably want to take a look at just to make sure that we may be already up on complying with it, but it's got some requirements that I don't think necessarily applied to us before. Moving to Senate Bill 137, School Board Training. This one is helpful starting on page 2. It literally breaks out the changes, and I just felt it was a really good way for you all to see what the changes are. But high level, the changes are that now these items apply to all school board members. I guess in the past the definition only included school board members with 12,000 students, which is probably a good thing for them to catch. They've upped the amount of funds that a particular board member has to report to the Secretary of State's office from 500 to 1,000. So if you're in an election and you spend 1,000 or you bring in 1,000, that's the threshold for having to start reporting to the Secretary of State. They have upped the training hours pretty significantly. The first year requirement is 10 hours, and every subsequent year after that is 5. You'll see here on page 2 and 3 the subject areas that board members will now have to get training on. And then the last kind of important piece there is that the PED will now start publicly disclosing the hours that board members have in terms of that training. So House Bill 230, I apologize, Senate Bill 230 is disclosure of certain health info. This primarily has to do with the reporting of child or non-age of majority mental health records. It's a fairly general bill, but Superintendent, I bring it to your attention because we probably want to have our folks take a look at it to make sure that from a school standpoint, it's not, we don't have problems from a federal standpoint, if that makes sense. Quick look at it, that was a little concerning. Then Senate Bill 239, Superintendent, I thought this was a good one for you to take a look at, as well as lottery scholarship changes, especially for our guidance counselors. They have made it a little easier to be eligible in certain categories, and so I thought that might be a good one to look at in more depth also. With that, I would like to come back to House Bill 2 at the board retreat. It has a lot in it. And like I said, I think it deserves some good attention. And so that would be my recommendation, board member, board member Aspis, on the questions you raised. But I can answer those specifically right now if you want me to.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So on that school board training, before it was 3 hours, wasn't it? And now it's 10.
10 the first year and 5 every year after.
So So for 4 years, 5?
So the first year, 10, and then the next 3, a total of 15. So 25 altogether.
$25.
For a 4-year term, it would be a total of 25.
New math.
10 and 15.
Use your hands, use your fingers. So,
I'm
so
gonna need more
it's
fingers.
based on terms.
It's based on,
So like President Haskell, this is their second term. So there's 25 and then another 5?
no, they base it on years, right? So the very first year you're a board member, it's 10, and then every subsequent year after, it's 5. So if you've been a board member for 20 years, you're at the 5.
What about for people like returning board members, like board member, so
You'll probably have to start at the 10.
start all over with 10?
It's not retroactive.
So
Maybe it is retroactive.
is there a cap? No? You see what I'm saying? You went for 4 years already, so you got reelected. So 25, another 35 now?
It's just every year that you remain a board member, you'll have to do 5.
We're not adding it up. So the first year is 10 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then you go into your second year, it's 5 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I thought we were doing a cumulative, and I'm gonna say, I'm gonna be living at those conferences. Okay, and then also I understand that there's gonna be a new, infant drop. The
safe, what is it, the safe boxes?
Yeah, the newborn. Did you?
I did not see that.
It's going to be in Farmington. There's going to be a new site in Farmington.
Was that a bill or just a policy?
I don't know.
Okay.
But that's what I'm hearing, and I think it'd be important to have our students know, because you have a young lady down south that's facing prison, and for her actions and not taking advantage of that. So
I do, that was last year that got approved, because I do remember it. Safe Haven baby box.
Mm.
So, we can take a look at that and see how we could potentially implement it, is what I hear you asking.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Chappelle, do you have additional?
Other than the recommendations for doing a deep dive on House Bill 2 at our retreat,
Okay.
and some of those other ones, no ma'am.
Okay. Have we decided on the date for the retreat?
No, we have a date for the combined board meeting on the agenda.
Okay.
But we don't have
A retreat date?
a retreat date. So I
If
don't
we
know.
could identify a date soon, that would be great. Okay, we are moving on to the next item. Sorry, where did I lose my paper? Letter H. Part-time resolution for school year 24-25 by Marlena Harvey.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes. Okay, good. Good evening, Board President Haskell, Vice President Aspis, members of the board,
community members, Superintendent Carlson. Today Marlena Harving Shit. Excuse me. I'm the HR benefits supervisor for the HR department. Thank you for adding me to the board agenda this evening. As you may have seen this part-time employee resolution before, which was reported last year, that I bring to you this evening for the next fiscal year, 2024-2025, as a renewal, and to request the board's approval for our part-time employees that work between 15 hours to 20 hours per week to participate in the full benefits under the New Mexico Public School Insurance Authority, which is also called NMCO. As you can see on the screen here, this resolution was also presented, and it's a renewal. So if the school board approves, this will be the 12th year to continue the part-time resolution for our staff. Currently, we have 45 employees that work between the average hours ranging from 15 to 20 hours per week during insurance coverages. These positions are bus drivers, bus aides, and a few cooks. And most of the staff that are participating are dental and vision. Most of the staff that are participating have dental and vision. 3 out of 45 have medical benefits, and then 18 do not participate in the medical coverage. Currently, right now, there are 39 public schools here in New Mexico that participate in this part-time resolution under the New Mexico Public School Insurance Authority. So this is the resolution letter that I bring to you all for approvals and as a renewal to continue our part-time employees to receive full benefits that we offer all of our employees. I stand for questions.
Board members, do you have any questions or comments?
No.
I do not have any questions or comments. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Harvey.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we will move on to letter I, audit presentation by Carol Gonzalez. Oh,
Done
it's
already.
that? Okay. All right, then to letter J, permanent cash transfer by Carol Gonzalez.
Good evening, President Haskey, Vice President Aspis, Secretary Wells, board members So and Montoya, Superintendent Carlson, and members of the audience. So attached is that you can see up there is the permanent cash transfer for this current year. The purpose of this is we're trying to clean up for the audit. These were some of the amounts that Mr. Manning talked about, that there were findings from the past about that the funds didn't net out the way they're supposed to. So we're trying to get the books cleaned so that hopefully by June 30th we have good solid numbers, everything flows the way it's supposed to, stop getting some of those same findings. And so this is part of the work to move us towards that. So basically what we're doing is, and PED has the discretion to allow it or not allow it. So what we're asking for is, as you can see, we're asking for in Fund 27108, we're asking that $66,144 be moved back into the operational fund. And then as you can see in the operational, we're asking for 21,644 to move into 27,150. And it's just to zero out those 27s, 24s, 26s, 28s, any of those funds and 29s that have little variances that have been carried on the books for a while. So I didn't net it out to see what it came out to be for the operational, but basically that's what we're just trying to accomplish, is get the books established the way they need to be so we can start moving forward. And so I'm just asking for approval on this.
Okay, board members, do you have any questions or comments? Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to letter K, utilities comparison report by Carol Gonzalez.
So in the paperwork, We just have the same 5-year comparison that I've been presenting for you from period to period every single month. As I mentioned last month, we're still on target about pretty close to where we were when I did the calculations last month. We're about 50, I think it's averaging about 50,000 higher when I go back and look at it. But again, that's because of we've got new teacherages, we've got a lot of new lighting that's going in, that kind of stuff. So we are seeing the increase in the utilities, but we'll continue providing this for you guys. So that takes care of that one.
That
Next.
takes care of letter K. Are
Yes.
you moving on to letter L?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Procurement over 60,000. Let me see if I can find it. It's expenditures. So she's got the list up there. There's approximately, well, there's 11. And if you look at those, the DACs that have those in there are business services, student support services, maintenance, Newcomb High School, curriculum and instruction, security, maintenance, construction, curriculum and instruction, and construction. So if you look at those, it tells you what they pretty much are. There's the unemployment compensation, the speech language services for district students, the SAO boardroom renovation, BSN sports for the weight room equipment, CES for portable admin radios, network cabling, and then CES for SHS dust collector, OHO shade structure, an AC Warner natatorium replacement of pool lights, and then Summer Bridge take-home packets that I'm not sure what is, but we can check on that. And then the KCHS access controls, so for all that stuff. So that's what was processed in this last month in January. So that finishes that. So we can move on to the next.
To letter M.
Okay, you're going to have to blow that up because I can't read it. Oops. Yeah, so if we look at all of those, we're looking at 6.2 million. And right now what you're going to start seeing is, because we're getting to the end of the year, we're catching up with a lot of payments of the bills, that kind of stuff. So we're going to start seeing a lot more expenses coming through as we close the year end. So as it wasn't as much in the past, it's going to really start picking up now. And then this one is the activities. Oh boy, still can't read it. I'm looking at 21,685.05. And we'll move on to outstanding check listing. Right now we're at 6,402,000 in outstanding checks. And then one of the findings that we had was not clearing outstanding checks from the bank recs. And so we've started to do that monthly. So we should have that issue cleared by the end of the year. So anything that had already passed its year, we're starting to have them clear that out and put put the money back into the general ledger, and then if whoever it was that was owed that money, if they reach out to us, then we'll reissue that at some other point. So there's $21,685.05 in the activity fund. And then these are the expenditures in 11s and 23s. And so if we look at this, okay, let me see. I'm gonna guess that 23.646, can you go up to just the top of the page just a little bit so I can see what the headings are? So you've got your range to date and then your year to date, yeah, so we need the second and third column. So for the period of January, it's 3.6 million was spent and 22 million for the year to date. And then these will be the grants. And if we look at these, we're looking at 138,499.35 and then 1.5 million. And those will start picking up as well because we're trying to close out the year and get everything spent. And then these are your large funds, your capital outlay, doing a lot of building, that kind of stuff. So 7.4 million and then year to date 46 million. No, was that expenditures? Let's go back. Was it expenditures or revenue? Let me see. Yeah, it's expenditures, yeah. Wait, is that the 41s? Let's see, go back to the bottom, yeah, keep going. Yeah. That's the 11s and 31s and 41s. So that's capital outlay and debt services. And that's expenditures. And that probably is a lot of like bond payments, that kind of stuff, so that's why it's probably bigger. And then when we look at this is your 14s, your 21s, and 22s, 23s, so it's activities, your athletics, that kind of stuff. And these are your revenues. So right now, scroll up just a little bit so I can see how so it's the budget, the range to date, and the year to date again. So if we look here at the bottom line, we are saying we're going to bring in about 66 million. Right now, for this period, we've brought in 7.4 million, and then for year to date, we've brought in 43,634,000. So that's what this is doing. This is tracking where we are on how much we've brought in revenue. So we're estimating 66 million, and then we've brought in 43 so far. Okay, so then if we look at these revenues, this is same thing. This is for operational, those same funds. Oh, it's the same thing. Looks like they put it in there twice because there's that same for.
Question.
Go ahead.
So on those, as you're going through them, anything as far as impact aid and then the Valorum tax and then the Carl Perkins?
Yes. So I'll go back and I'll give you those numbers at the very end, but we'll go through this first. But I wrote them down here, and I'll go back. Okay, so then these are your federal grants. So these are the RFRs. So these are things that we're fronting the money for up front, and then we're waiting for PED to give us the monies back. So we're always way behind in collecting this money. So we're anticipating if we spent all of our federal monies, 45 million, we usually never spend all of the federal, but for range to date in January, we received 348,000, and year to date, we're at 14,655,000, which we're going to be way behind for quite a while. We're usually all the way until like November before we get everything for this current year. So it'll take a while in arrears to get everything back. Then then this one, capital outlay and debt services. We're anticipating, let's see, if you go down to the down, yeah, 9.2 million. And year-to-date, we're at 4 million. So we're almost at half of what we're anticipating to receive in these revenues. And then this is the JOM listing of all the expenditures. That'll be in your packet, so you can look at all those in detail. But that's everything that was spent. I didn't see the dollar amount, but I can pull that up in a minute. And then this is an invoice journal detail report. I need to ask them to pull this out, because basically what this is doing is just any journal entries that hit for the month, they're giving you the journal entries. It's just in and outs is basically what it is. We'll save 500 and some pages of you guys looking through it, but it's just all the detail of journal entries. Okay, so there's that. And then the same thing. These are budget journal entries that are made to get the funds into alignment so that we don't have negatives within the lines. And so that's a lot of the bars that'll come through. So for JOM, and what I'll start trying to do is give you a one-page sheet that we can attach. So in JOM, the expenditures in the period to date, we have $44,828.57. And year to date, we have $346,132.85. We've budgeted in revenue about $497,377. And currently, we have, in this period in January, we received $134,492. And year to date, we're at $332,958. So we're about $100,000 from receiving all our monies. We're probably about that same amount in spending. We're probably almost halfway through when we look at that. But I'm going to run, like I told you, I'd like to give you some different reports. To me, these are hard to read. There's different reports that if we go through a training, I can show you how it looks, what each of them do, and then it'll give you a better picture. And then impact aid, same thing. Expenditures for this period were $640,000. Year to date was $3.7 million. And we budgeted $5 million. And so far, we really haven't got all of our impact aid yet. I believe a big payment usually comes in the month of February, so hopefully next month we'll see that, and it'll be split out. And then year to date, we've only received $593,000. So we're still short about $4.5 million. But we can still keep spending. We just know we're waiting for that money. And then in impact aid, we budgeted $20 million, and I don't remember. Steve, do you remember that sheet that they just gave us on impact aid? Was it close to 30 million? Was it 29? Yeah, so 29. So we budgeted 20 million, but we're anticipating getting about 29. But the problem with impact aid is they're always way behind. So we're still receiving monies from past. So we know we're going to get 29. We just don't know when we'll get it. It could be partially this year and partially next year. So when we look at that in impact aid, we've got $899,258 in expenditures this month, and then year to date we've got 6.9.
Got a comment.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
What a lot of people don't understand in the general public is that money's not reoccurring either. It has to be appropriated every single year. And if Congress and the Senate cannot get their act together, guess what? We get no money.
Yeah.
And
And it
again,
takes time, yeah.
It's a dirty little secret about that impact aid funding that people don't realize. They think, and even people within the BIA system and some of the other schools, they think we get that money just automatically at a higher rate, and we don't.
Yeah.
So just as a point of clarification.
Yeah. So we're always waiting. We're always just waiting for it to come. And then again, it's based on the application and what it looks like we're going to generate. So,
Go ahead.
So if threats of shutdown, government shutdown, does that impact too? What about the resolution? Would that cover it from, or is that just the jail?
Oh, it would be with just.
Yeah, it's just a continuing resolution.
Right.
It's a decent number, and there's actually a bill that has been moving that they're trying to get that in 5 years to fully fund it. And again, it's not fully funded either. But to your point, Ms. Aspis, continuing resolutions, they just keep paying the bills for that time period. But again, if it shuts down, there is no money, period.
Even the treaty obligation doesn't?
Even.
Interesting.
Ms. Chappelle, you're going to have
Ms.
to repeat all of
Gonzalez,
that.
Also, there was a question before, and I think it was overlooked. But Board Member So was asking about SEG.
Okay.
Get that microphone.
Yeah, give her microphone. Thank you.
So there was about a $20,000 difference between the Senate version and the House version, so not a huge amount in terms of the ultimate amount that went to SEG. I think what I'd like to do when we come back and do a deep dive on this, I would like to give you like a 5-year look of where we are in terms of SEG. I believe Superintendent Carlson gave us some nice factoids in the beginning. We are up on SEG, the per student MEM, but they're also sweetening the pot. They really are pushing K-12. And so there's some language in House Bill 2, for example, and this is why I want to spend some time on it, that literally prioritizes all of the above the line funding, meaning funding that's not in the budget, that's additional, on who has K-12 plus and who doesn't. So it's a stick and carrot kind of situation, and that's probably the quickest answer for that, barring having a more deep dive.
Yeah. So right now, we haven't heard a number, and we won't hear a number until probably the March meeting when we go. And like Ms. Chappelle mentioned, they're moving towards a community schools model. That's where they're putting all the money, is into that.
I can give you the SEG number if you really want it.
By district?
Were they
We
not,
won't have that. Yeah.
it's coming up with a new formula?
4 million or 4 billion and change.
So they're re-looking, remember I mentioned to you, we did the initial study and they took it and presented it, and now it was just a preliminary study of basically where they were gonna start focusing. And now, after this session, they'll start the real nitty-gritty of getting into the weeds of it and looking at each individual component that they were looking at in detail. And so all that stuff won't go until next session.
This coming interim.
In the 60-day session. So right now it was just basically like a study, and then now it'll go forward with actually doing the research and all that stuff. So there'll be a lot more meetings that I'll probably be attending throughout the year. So that's where we'll go.
And like we've talked about, having a strategy for that in past board retreats, this is the crunch time, as she was mentioning, because this is really where they're going to come up with the formula. And if they're going to take some of if they're going to try to claw back some of the funds we've gotten in impact aid, this is where they'll do it.
And also the Carl Perkins.
Okay. I'll have to look up that one. Can we move on to bars and then I'll come back with Carl Perkins? You want to go ahead and go through all of those? I'll just open them up real quick and I'll look at them real fast and then expand them. This is a maintenance bar. Remember I told you at the last meeting, anything that ends with an M or they have codes. This is a maintenance bar just to clean up the operational fund. And so it should net itself out to 0. Right, and it does. And it's just aligning OBMS with the January transfers that were made. Then this one is a maintenance also. You look at the end. Same thing, zeroing out, and it's operational budgets, just aligning those. This is 12,000 teacherage, and can you go to the top? Is it a maintenance or is it maintenance as well? Okay. 21, and it's a maintenance as well. And I think the majority of these are just cleaning up everything so that we can keep moving forward with the quarter reports. And same thing here, maintenance. And the athletic fund. This one is a maintenance in preschool. This is an increase bar in Carl Perkins, and it's an increase of 2,227. And then 24,330 ARP, this is a decrease. So what happened on this one is when they built the budget last year, and I know a lot of people have a hard time understanding why we have to do this. What ends up happening is, and this is what I'm letting Dom know, is for every fund that we have this year, we need to establish a budget for next year. And we need to make the best guess that we can of what monies we're going to anticipate getting and what we think carryover is going to be. The reason is, by the time they give us carryover notices, which this carryover notice just came in January, if we hadn't budgeted anything and we were waiting for actual carryover, we couldn't have spent anything till we had a budget established. And they don't let you establish a budget unless you start with a budget or you have a carryover notice. And so that's been some of the problem of the district, is that we're not, in the past, we weren't starting off right away with budgets. So in this case, we overprojected by 2.9 million because it's hard to tell what's going to come in by June 30th and what's not. So it's always okay to do this because you're going to get a letter that says you need to resolve this. And so basically ours had to just reduce by 2.9 million. But we already know that at the beginning of the year. Once the year ends, we know, hey, this really isn't our budget. It's really this other number. So
Question.
we just clean that up.
Is there a percentage that you generally use in that respect? Again, with the established versus the proposed?
No, not really. And let me give you an example in this one. This is a perfect example. So this budget's going to expire. All grants have 27 months that they live. And so they live 2 full years and 3 months. And the last 3 months is the most difficult time to figure out. So like in this case for us, we have, I think it's 15,000 left that we're working with for this year, or 15 million that we're working with this year. But we can't guarantee that everything's gonna happen by June 30th. So we're gonna over project and say we're gonna budget maybe 5 million and we only have 2 million left. And the reason is because if, let's say we only budgeted 2 million, but we ended up with 5 million left, we won't have the opportunity to spend it, because by the time they would give us a carryover notice in January, the fund expired. So we just make a best guess. So it's just the best that we can. Yeah, so we'll, as I start working with them more and getting, I think part of the problem too is when we get good budgets going and we have less of these bars happening and we spend more time on planning and spending appropriately in the way we're planned to do it, we should be able to project almost exactly, because then everything will run like a system. Right now, we're kind of just chasing some things.
That makes sense to be able to do it that way. If there's no consistency or continuity from year to year, then it
Yeah.
makes it hard to project, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. So we're working on that. So that's some of the things that we're looking at.
Ms. Gonzalez, let me ask
Mm-hmm.
Superintendent Carlson, can we get the budget? I know the budget training was offered before. I would like to include this training in more in depth, the things that we should be looking at when we're reading this and understanding it, and all these questions, these I guess these things to help us understand the process better. If we could go do that at the board retreat, so that we're more familiar what we're looking for and the things, so that these aren't just a bunch of numbers to us.
Absolutely, I think it's a great idea.
Mhm.
We'll get those dates and
Okay.
we'll make
Yeah.
sure Ms. Gonzalez is available as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So this is a great example of why we're truing up the budget. And I know a lot of boards and a lot of PED thinks that if you're going like this, we already know. We're trained to look at, we already know that we don't have almost $3 million to spend. So we wouldn't go spend $3 million and then go, oh my gosh, we don't have $3 million to spend. But that's the point basically, is truing up the numbers. Okay, so that's that one. Let's see. This one's a maintenance as well, cleaning up the 24-330s as we try and spend it down. Let's see, same thing. Yeah, just all the different functions, because we're cleaning up function by function. So there's that. And any maintenance is just cleaning it up, getting it to where it's aligned, and it'll pass the reporting. Same thing here. Another maintenance. Let's see, this one's a transfer. So this one basically, same thing, but we're needing to move from 21s, 24, 26 into a 4,000. So the only thing we can do is do an actual transfer. So we're moving into that. Let's see, this one is a decrease. Again, oops, it's in there twice. So it's the same thing. They put it in there twice. That's to ensure Byron doesn't give us a finding for it not being in the approval. No, I'm just kidding. But this one's the same thing. Impact aid, it's a transfer. And this is that fund he was talking about. So again, you have 3 impact aids. You have regular impact aid, you have impact aid in education, and then you have impact aid special education. And this one can only be spent on special education. This is another maintenance bar with impact aid, just truing it up. Doing some bus routes. This is the impact aid and in education budgets, doing those bars. Just getting that maintained. This one is a maintenance in impact aid and in ed as well. This one is a initial budget. This is a 28201 CYFD child and adult care food program. So that's giving us new budget authority for this fiscal year. And then 31200, this is an increase. So this one, this is the new money that for the teacher housing. I have to double check if this was the correct fund. We put it in there, and if it's not, they'll disapprove it, and then we'll have to bring it back again with a new number. But we think it's 31200. This is a maintenance bar with capital improvements, SB9, just cleaning up the function. And then 31703, same thing, SB9. This is a new allocation, I believe. Yeah, let me see. Go to the top. So they give us 816. Okay. And I believe that's it for the bars. And then the only thing I have to find you is Carl Perkins. And then any other questions, if you have any.
Board members, do you have any other questions or comments for Ms. Gonzalez?
I'm going to look for it, yeah.
I noticed there was a bar on that one too.
Mm-hmm. 24174.
Yeah. So it was a new allocation. Can you pull that one up again? I think it was $2,000. They gave us an increase for bar two. It was a bar,
It's up
24174.
on top.
Yeah, it was one of those
Yeah, it's
bars.
further.
Yeah.
Right there.
24174. Yeah.
You went up,
Up a little bit more. It's the
It's the
third
third
one
row.
down
Yeah.
from the first on the left.
from the top, third row
Right.
down. Down.
Down.
Right there.
Right there.
And the way, the only reason why I'm asking is that one funds Von Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
And has there been any additional funding that goes that way?
He has a few little grants. I'm not sure exactly which ones he has. He gets, oh gosh, I'm trying to think. No, I'm thinking of Dane. Dane has his that are, I think it's just the Carl Perkins and a few other ones. We'll have to look. We can give you some kind of report on that next time.
Yeah, because, you know, that's kind of important to our district. That's really what, I think when Von Wilson started, that was way before they started talking about career readiness, you know, in Santa Fe. And so, you know, that's something that I'd like to really make sure that it's, gets funded and stays in operation.
I think he has the ability, is it right, Peter, for that CTE, there's some new stuff that they were looking at? He's having to reapply and do some other stuff. So I know we have a meeting, I think it's just happened or it's about to happen. So we'll know more about what kind of funding they might have. But I can look that up for Carl Perkins because it's not in here. Let me look and see, and I'll get you that number. So. Okay, and I'll ask to add all this. But yeah, I would rather give you some different reports that to me make more sense. They all tie together, be able to walk you through it, and you'll say, okay, this is our cash, this is our revenue, these are our expenditures. Very simple. Then we're not going back and forth between all the different reports.
Okay, so if we could go, as we had stated, if that could be part of the training.
Sure.
And then we can revamp that for more clarity for everybody. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
We will move on to the next item. Number 5, review consent items and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and or approval. A, possible item removed from consent agenda. Are there any items? No?
Could,
Yes.
Ms. Haskell, could I?
Go ahead.
Could I request item I be pulled off for separate action? And with that said, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as listed.
No.
No, the Shiprock High School.
Shiprock High School.
7-period schedule. Yeah, so my motion is to approve the agenda, the consent agenda with the exception of I, pulled off for separate action. And a
Yes.
vote.
Does he have a second?
Does- Ask him. Why? The question is why?
Just to take a separate vote on that item.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
I move that we accept the consent agenda as it stands.
There was no second. Second to consent, to approve the consent agenda? Or second to
The motion.
Secretary Wells' motion?
So,
So, okay. Well, we had 2. So it would be, okay, okay.
Right, so the first motion on the table was Board Member So's.
Okay.
And then we have to finish that one before moving to the second one.
Okay, so we will do a roll call vote, correct?
You can have discussion on his motion and second. And
Board members, do you want to discuss?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, consent agenda is like, as I understand consent is, if there's a board member that has a request, they can pull an item off separately for separate action, and that request should be honored. But generally, consent is mutual consent, if everything is good to go. I'm just requesting for separate action.
Okay.
That's
All
it.
right. Okay, thank you.
Thumbs up, thumbs down, vote.
Okay. Now to vote, Board Member Montoya?
No.
Board Member So?
Which motion is that?
To pull for your motion, to pull.
I am going to vote yes.
Secretary Wells?
No.
Vice President Aspis?
I think, I asked the question why, to board members, so my assumption is that you're voting yes for what?
Yeah, just to have that item voted on separately. So we can approve everything else, but we can vote on that item separately.
But vote what? I mean, for,
To remove that, we're removing
separate
that
action.
for separate action.
I did,
She second, so. No, so we're voting to remove that letter I separate, for separate board action.
okay?
Yeah, so to clarify the motion, it's to approve everything listed, but to pull off
Except
I for separate action. So it's approving everything else, but item I is just taking a separate vote. That's
Yep,
it.
but for what? why do you want a separate? That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not trying to put you on a,
Yeah, just a separate vote on that item.
I'm just wondering why, well, let me give you my reason. I feel like this is really not a board, if what we're doing is saying that item I is, board consent, I would say no, because I think that's the superintendent's decision on that matter. So wherever that lays, or that's what.
So are you voting no for clarification?
I'm not sure.
Or are you abstaining?
I'm just telling you what I feel or what I'm saying, and so I don't.
Yeah, just take a thumbs up, thumbs down vote on the item. That's it?
No.
No. And I vote no. Then for Secretary Wells, did you have a motion?
Yes, I move that we accept the consent agenda as it stands.
Second. Okay. Okay, Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member So?
I'm gonna have to vote no, because I wanted to have, I voted on separately. So that's just to explain my vote.
Okay. Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Vice President Aspis?
I'm mixed. Yes.
And I vote yes. On to the next item on the agenda. Seven, requested action items and or reports for next meeting. A, possible items for next meeting.
I have nothing.
Board Member So?
I don't have anything at this point.
Secretary Wells?
One item, we have been successful in having both a work session and a regular school board meeting on 2 different occasions, and we've got another one coming up. I would like to discuss ongoing to do that instead of having 2 meetings. We've been successful in doing it twice, and we're looking at doing it again.
Did you get that, Superintendent? Okay. Vice President Aspis?
I would like, I thought I asked before, but I don't know where this may lay. But I am concerned about what was brought up with the wheelchair without a bolt, and therefore didn't comply. It wasn't in compliance, and I feel that because of a bolt, a missing bolt, that the student is, and the parent, I guess, is still made it to the school, but under his parents, and not the transportation provided. And I think I'd like to find out if we're able to, as a district, rent or lend, a wheelchair, and so that they are in compliance, so that they can make it to school, and no additional hardships either one, the student or the parent.
Okay. And I can't think of any at this time to add. So, number 8 plus deltas. Board Member Montoya?
I have none.
Board Member So?
I don't have anything at this moment.
Okay. Secretary Wells?
I had the opportunity to attend a signing for a scholarship for a young man, Tyler Woods. I think such an occasion. I mean, it was well done, well presented. Mostly family and parents that attended. I think it would be good if we could further recognize that achievement, that accomplishment. It was a good experience, and I think that for anything in the future, we ought to applaud it as well.
Vice President Aspis?
I believe the pros were, thank you, food service for the
Definitely.
lunch or the dinner, and that was good stuff. And,
Yes.
and,
Yeah, is he for hire as a chef?
and I'd like to thank the young lady again, for coming up and speaking on and being an advocate for her classmates. So thank you, everyone. This was a good meeting. Thank you. And hopefully that, with our graduation reports, that all are successful and that we have all those numbers. Thank you.
Madam President, one other thing, if I could.
I'm sorry?
One other thing, if I could, on this, and this is, I'm sorry, this is back to.
Hold on, Secretary Wells. Ms. Gonzalez? Oh, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, go ahead, Secretary Wells. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, I lost it.
Sorry.
It was an item for the next agenda, so I'll text it to you.
Sorry. That's the Delta. I'm sorry for interrupting you and helping you lose your train of thought. So, but thank you, everybody. Positives, Deltas. I think I appreciate your patience with me in learning the process, and thank you for waiting for me. So, thank you to everybody who's come out and then we just, Vice President Aspis just saw that we lost by 1 point against Gallup. Kirtland lost by 1 point.
The girls?
So, yes. So, yes. A championship game possibly on Monday, just FYI, maybe. So, thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming out. Yes.
He hasn't made motion to do.
Oh, we need a motion to adjourn. Sorry. Who motioned? And then second by Board Member So. Okay.
Motion to oppose.
Board Member Montoya, okay.
No opposition.
Board Member So.
Yes.
Vice Secretary Wells.
Yes.
Vice President Aspis. Yes. And I vote yes. Thank you, and thank you for your patience.